Yeah, she's calling back. We're going to try to give her a call again, and then she just added another phone number to the 13-year-old grandson who's possibly with the daughter. Step out with this.
2412.
Veteran crisis hotline's calling in, so they have a female veteran's off her medication. She's at work to Safe Haven. Attacking 12, take a check that one out.
6 Rumble, 2 Flint, try to take a shot.
Officer still stands for talk? No. Offender in custody?
There we go. There we go. Good evening, everybody. Good to see you back. Got a lot of stuff to get into tonight. The conversation when JP, Tony on TikTok, had a conversation. Tom, the awesome gentleman that we had a conversation with at the press conference when he talked to his brother. That was awesome. Very, very interesting. The stories, listening to the stories. He was on Tony on TikTok as well, so we're going to be checking that out too. Micah's sister talked to Fitz News. Also, there's a little clip on TikTok with Micah's sister too, and it's very interesting when it comes to the transparency of this case and what's going on, or I should say, lack thereof. So we'll be checking that out too. And I think the family had a conversation on another channel. I'm not sure. I heard, but I couldn't find it. So I'll still look for it and see. But I figured we'd start the show off with an episode of Law and Crime when it's talking about the 5 chilling details. Now, any show that we've done since we started talking about the case, we've kind of dug into different things in each one. So I know that some of them are kind of lengthy, like the one earlier today. It was a little over 4 hours. I know they're lengthy, but it's a lot of information in these shows. That's why I want to say shout out to the Angels because right here, it's kind of scary to think about. That you can literally be tracked by a piece of jewelry that you have hanging around your neck, your wrist, your finger, and you don't even know it. And so that's what the question is, I think, is was she tracked by a piece of GPS jewelry? So I want to say thank you to the Angels for that. And also, there was a statement that I put out regarding the cease and desist letter that I got in the mail. Now, I want everybody to understand, please don't get confused. It's the same thing that we're always going to be doing because, like I said earlier, and like I've always said, when you're talking about, listen, we're not entertaining the mudslinging that goes back and forth. We're not entertaining in that shit. So we're not even talking about that. Like I said, the last show we even really had was 2 weeks ago. And then before that, it was maybe another week before that. So, will I still continue to talk updates? Of course. Because how can they, get you in trouble for talking about an update from law enforcement? How can they get you in trouble for talking about updates in the case? You can't get in trouble. It's just like what I said in my message earlier, the video that I put out. You know what I mean? When have we talked about any of these things other than updates? We haven't. So we don't have anything to be worried of. I was actually surprised that I even got one of them, considering. You know what I'm saying? I was surprised that I even got one. The only reason I would have thought I got one is because I did. I mean, let's be honest. When you're Tony and you're putting out misinformation, we are going to call you out on it. That's just how it is. Other than that, when did I ever take a side? When did I ever say one side's right and one side is wrong? I never have. So to sit there and act like that kind of information gets put out from this show? No. Do I correct misinformation that comes in my show and wants to promote misinformation? Damn straight I'm going to. Yes. And that's what I did. Family or not. Family or not. We all know who we're talking about. I didn't get one from that person. So, again, will I continue to discuss the updates? Of course. That's why we haven't had a show for a while. That's why I put out a couple videos and I said, what are the updates? You know what I mean? What are the updates? I put out a search video. I put out a what are the updates video. Other than that, you know, yes, we can hang out and watch Jerry Springer all day. It's popular. Jerry Springer's popular. That's cool. I don't have that much time. I don't have that much time. I have time for people that deserve the effort, and I have time for things that help me get closer to the answers that I'm searching or seeking. Uh, is Jerry Springer fun? Of course it is. Is Back to the Future fun? Yes, it is. I just don't have that time. I just don't have that time. So that's why we'll continue to do what we've always done. Does it mean I'm never going to talk about it again? No, it doesn't mean that. Like I said, and I've always said, updates, of course. But am I going to talk about Tony and this and that? No. There's plenty of interviews and conversations we just ain't even covered. You know what I mean? Because they're not updates. I don't care. There's other cases that deserve focus. I don't care who's running what. I really don't. I care about him being found. That's all that matters. Does this person changing this team make a difference on, let's hope? But we all see what Sebastian was surrounded with, y'all. All over. On both sides. We see what he's surrounded with. You know what I'm saying? Shit show. All over. So, not that we're not. We will. And when I say, your wish is my command, yo, bro, I called the freeze a fucking month ago when I already said, your wish is my command, because I already made the damn decision to do it in the first place. You know what I mean? So I guess maybe my instinct is pretty damn good, because to me, it was about peace, positivity, and progress. It is what it is. It's just sad. Like I said earlier, I was going to try and sneak in a trip down there. I know Julia wants to link up. I've been trying to get down there. I've been working out on this other case in Myrtle. I got to go back out there for another protest, some more exploration. I wanted to try and fit it in between. Unfortunately, I won't talk about your son. You know what I'm saying? Unless there's an update. It's sad. A letter where you need permission to talk about an active missing persons case. A divorce lawyer. Why do you think I put the highlight out earlier? If I wasn't going to respond or say anything, then I wouldn't have said anything. I wouldn't even brought it up. No, I talked about it for 45 minutes in the show earlier today. The more you swim, you guys see how nasty the Cumberland River is, right? You guys see how nasty the Cumberland River is. The more you swim in that nasty ass water, the more it gets into your pores, people. And when it gets into your pores, it gets into your bloodstream. And when it gets into your bloodstream, it gets into your fucking head, into your brain. The more you swim around that shit, the more it gets in you, the more it gets in your system, and then the more it gets up here in your fucking brain. Jerry Springer's fun. I ain't got that time right now. There's too many other people out there that need the effort, the attention. Too many other people. Good evening. Thank you for hopping in. Appreciate you. What's up, Fly Girl? Everybody, Katrina Caddy, Hide and Seek, Kip Kitty. What's up, Marie? So we got a lot of stuff tonight. Happy Friday. Yes, it feels good to be back in the studio, I'm telling you. But we'll be back out there. I really wanted to go down to Hendersonville tomorrow. I really did. I wanted to boost Julia's spirits. You know what I'm saying? So if you're watching, Julia, shout out to you. I just want to boost your spirits. Hopefully, everything, is going okay. And I know it's frustrating when you're out there, and it's like, where do you go? You know what I'm saying? Where do you go? What's up, Off the Record? How are you doing? Cherry. Where do you go? Where do you go? And shout out to her, man. You know how much it means to her. You know how much she cares. What's up, Moonvale? I appreciate the kind words. Above the clouds. Love that photo. That's a cool photo. Artsy. Crazy shit. But yeah, we're gonna be exploring Lumber River State Park coming up too. And we're gonna go out there with Tom and some other protesters and stuff too. So we're gonna have a group effort going out there. Just like I showed you guys earlier. I showed you guys a couple shows ago, and then earlier today, I used the GoPro. I showed you guys with the map, the GoPro. There's just no way. I even showed you because I drove the route a couple days ago, exploring all the spots of interest. I drove Micah's route from the Myrtle Beach condo to the pawn shop, to the gas station, and then to the Lumber River State Park. And the routes don't make sense. The direction doesn't make sense. The fact that you had to stop there, I want to know what was the reason that she went in that direction, because there's no way you're going in that direction unless there's a reason you're going in that direction. Because I feel, if you look at the roads, I feel like even if you were trying to escape somebody, you still would have ended up going north and not northwest and then northeast. It just doesn't make sense. There's a reason why. And I feel like the reason that is up there is the reason is the answer that's gonna take us to what happened up at Lumber River State Park. I feel like they're both connected. What is the reason why Micah went to that area? Makes absolute no sense. Check it out. All right, so the first thing we're going to get into, what's up, Sabrina? Monica? That's what it is. It's about intimidation. I appreciate Julia. Thank you so much. Yes. It is. It's like I told the Angels a month ago. I was like, yo, what updates have there been, you guys? And that's when I came out with that video. What updates? What updates? We don't even know the direction that he left. We don't even know the direction that he left. And that's been from the first day. What other updates are there? And Moonvale, just like the love I'm getting from Micah Miller, the family, the community, I'm getting a tremendous amount of love, and I appreciate it so much. The support, uh, the 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 ex church members, um, all of them are beautiful people. Nothing but appreciation on both sides, and you can literally tell they know and they can feel I'm giving them the 150, and I'm getting the 150 back from these people, and it's beautiful. And so I just want to say thank you to Micah Miller's, the family members, the community, the protesters, the ex church members, all of the people, every single one of them, just like just like before I went up to Hendersonville. Before that, it was the same thing. Unfortunately, there's just one area. I don't know. I don't know. But it's nice because, hey, like I said, you ain't going to spend time with a woman that ain't trying to spend time with you, you know? There's plenty of other girls out there that want to spend time. Why focus on somebody, a job, a friendship, a relationship, anything in life? Why focus energy on that particular thing if they ain't trying to have it? Because there's plenty other people out there that will. It's just how it is. So shout out to that community. Now, this is a video from the sister, just a little. I got to get me a TikTok. I know I said I was going to set one up. I still haven't set one up. I need to set one up. Damn TikTok. Anyway, we're going to go into this TikTok video. This is from Micah's sister. And I don't know if you've heard it before. You probably have. But if you haven't, check it out because it's very telling. Very telling.
But we did see her body, and there was bruising all over her hands and her arms.
Hands and arms.
Whenever we talked to the medical examiner, he said, "What bruises?
What bruises?"
He said when I saw her, there were no bruises. And so I said, "Is there any possible way, whenever she was taken out of the water, are there any room for any kind of error in that? Or there bruises from people who grabbed her from the water?" The examiners, he said, it's not possible for the body to bruise after the heart has stopped.
Right.
So those bruises were on her before she was in the water.
Yeah. Because think about it, okay? If you don't know, when you pass, the blood stops moving. What do you think bruises are? Bruises are broken blood vessels. If the blood's not moving, there's no blood coming to repair. So that's why there's no bruising after somebody passes. So isn't it crazy? Now we've heard, listen, Stephen Smith, medical examiners, elected officials, people, elected officials. You don't even have to have a frickin' certification. Elected officials. You don't even need to know what the hell you're doing. Elected officials. So isn't it kind of crazy how they noticed, but the medical examiner didn't notice?
But we did see her body, and there was bruising all over her hands and her arms. And whenever we talked to the medical examiner, he said, "What bruises?" He said when I saw her, there were no bruises. And so I said, "Is there any possible way, whenever she was taken out of the water, are there any room for any kind of error in that? or they're bruises from people who grabbed her from the water. The examiners, he said, it's not possible for the body to bruise after the heart has stopped.
Right.
So those bruises were on her before she was in the water.
Mm-hmm. It just don't make sense, you guys. From the pawn shop on. From the pawn shop on, it just don't make sense. None of it. That's why we're fighting justice for Micah, right? All right. Law and Crime, 5 chilling details. Oh, boy, this is crazy. Whoops. Hold on.
Her from a very young age.
I was just thankful that I had found out around 2 a.m. that morning from anybody else but him, and in that way.
Things that go on behind closed doors is only known by those people. So for him to have personal direct knowledge of anything would be surprising to me.
The sudden death of Micah Miller is still raising a lot of questions, and the conversation continues. We're going to go through some recent updates in the case to make sense of what is going on. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Hey, everybody, this is a Law and Crime legal alert. Google Incognito tracked users' browsing data without their knowledge. Yep, well, Mass Tort in this story, which Miller here on Sidebar, and we wanted to update you on some recent developments because it can be hard to keep track of what has been happening in this story. And look, we have been quite fortunate to interview some key people in this story, which we're going to get into. But before we even talk about anything, let me give you some background on this. So we're talking about 30-year-old Micah Miller. She was found dead at Lumber River State Park, just across the state line in North Carolina on April 27th. She had reportedly purchased a gun in the days before her apparent suicide on shop. The Robeson County ME ruling Micah died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Her body found in that park. By the way, talking updates, there was newly released surveillance footage that apparently shows Micah going to a gas station, getting gas, walking into the store to buy an energy drink just hours before her death. And you would never know what's about to happen. Again, just only later that day. The manager of that gas station reportedly said that nothing seemed out of the ordinary regarding Micah. There was a chilling 911 phone call that was released where you seemingly hear Micah telling the operator that she's about to end her life and wanted her family to know where to find her. Mm-hmm. Police, the medical examiner, they've ruled Micah's death a suicide, but that hasn't stopped theories and rumors and accusations, and a lot of focus is being put on Miller's estranged husband, John Paul Miller, and his alleged mistreatment of Micah. In fact, the Sunday after Micah died, her husband, 44-year-old John Paul Miller, a pastor, announced his wife's death during a recent service at the church where he's a pastor, Solid Rock Church in Myrtle Beach. And he actually delivered a eulogy for Micah where he talked about trying to raise her from the dead.
She told me that she was so creative. Everything she did was so creative. What's the next picture? What's the next picture? She'd stop. We'd be on the way to like a show or something. She said, "Stop, I got to get a picture." I said, "We're going to be late." She said, "I don't care." What's the next picture? Next picture.
And as we try to piece together the pieces of this puzzle, we're trying to understand what was Micah going through.
Right,
what was the dynamic between her and John Paul? In fact, in one of her final posts on Facebook, Micah uploaded a selfie with the caption, "When terrible, terrible, terrible things happen to you, you all know what I'm talking about, RFP, resting peace face." She included the hashtag still blessed and God is good. She also been posting videos on her social media talking about leaving abusive situations.
It doesn't matter what gender you are, abuse is abuse. And you are the bride of Christ. And my Bible says that he took all the abuse you could think of for you so that you didn't have to live that life of slavery and bondage and pain.
And we have learned during the course of this story that over a month before Micah's death, police reports indicate that Micah had complained that tracking devices were found on her cars. And one of the reports, after Micah apparently accused John Paul of placing a tracker on her vehicle, an officer allegedly said that this was a civil matter and that they were still legally married, so it doesn't seem like more could be done. And one major recent update, News Nation reported that John Paul Miller wrote a letter seemingly apologizing for posting a topless photo of Micah online. The letter apparently reads, quote, "I'm sorry for putting a picture of you on the internet. It was for less than 1 hour, immediately taken down. I was hurt that you were telling everyone horrible, intimate details of my past sin, and I just wanted to try and hurt you. Please forgive me. It was evil of me to do that."
Does that sound like a grown-ass man? Just saying. I mean, really? Impulse control issues or something? Contribution call out. Thank you, Kib Kitty, for the 5 gifted memberships. Mythical, Moonvale, Fly Girl, Sabrina, and Mary. New members, definitely check out all those members only videos. Trust me, there's a bunch. And I got a shit ton of videos to drop here. Coming soon. And was she tracked by a piece of GPS jewelry? Does that sound like it? That sounds like... Oh my gosh. How mature is that? I'm sorry for putting a picture of you on the internet. It was only for an hour and I took it down. I was hurt that you're telling everybody about our intimate details that are horrible in my past sin. And I just wanted to try and hurt you. Grow the fuck up. What the fuck? What the fuck? I just think ants on the ground. That's all I can think of. Ants on the ground. Oh my Lord.
Well, now for another update, we had the opportunity to sit down with Regina Ward. Now, Regina Ward is an attorney who was representing Micah Miller in her separation action from John Paul. And we definitely got a lot more context to the situation.
We moved forward on the no-fault grounds. In South Carolina, to get a divorce, you have to have grounds. It's adultery, which she had evidence of that.
And so Regina Ward, that's the lady that was speaking at the press conference a couple days ago. Okay, that's the lady that was speaking up at the press conference. Shout out to her. Very compelling and moving and emotional statement that she made at the press conference. You know, I have a feeling that she can make some things happen, hopefully.
Also physical cruelty, which she had evidence of that. And then she didn't want to go that route anymore. She wanted to try to leave the marriage as amicably as possible. She didn't want to go after him on fault grounds and you know, put all of those things out there. She just wanted it to be, hey, our relationship is over with. Let's move on. We're going in different directions. She had found her passion and she was ready to do that. And she was empowered and felt uplifted, you know, and that we could pursue this without, you know, it being just an all-out litigated fight. So we moved forward on what's called the grounds of 1 year separation. So it's not right for a divorce yet, but at the moment it's called separate maintenance and support. A lot of people refer to that as a legal separation. They are legally separated whether there's a court document or not. So the point was that that we were going to go forward on this June 5th hearing, wherein she was going to ask the court for specific relief, return and possession of certain property of hers that she wanted to have. And then we would just wait for the 1 year to pass. And at the end of 1 year separation, then she would file for an actual divorce at that time.
Now, that accusation of infidelity is interesting. Why? Because the Daily Mail has just reported and published photos that apparently show John Paul on a date at a restaurant with another woman just 4 days after Micah's death. Sources telling the outlet that he was laughing and drinking. Now, to be clear, we haven't been able to independently verify the photos or the situation as of yet, but that dynamic is so important. And with that, we had the opportunity, the privilege, to sit down with Micah's father, Michael Francis, and he shared his doubts about the findings, the scene, the investigation into Micah's death. And keep in mind, it was reported that John Paul was not in North Carolina when Micah died, but was actually in Charleston, South Carolina, that he was observed traveling on a highway in South Carolina at 2:22 p.m. on the day Micah died. So seemingly has an alibi. But let's hear what Michael had to say.
Since there were multiple shell casings found and a live round found, it already didn't make much sense. So it would seem that they would automatically do a complete toxicology, not just blood alcohol, and a complete autopsy, which they did not do. And we're just devastated that they didn't, because John Paul rushed the cremation process. During the 911 call, she's so slow and so, but then later there are, I haven't even heard them myself, honestly. I have someone who's going through all that for me and filtering the information, because otherwise, the more information I get that sounds off, the more furious I get, and I need to be able to focus and control my emotions. So, but there was screaming going on and such, and that's not something indicative of a self-inflicted. That's sounds like a fight, and with the bruising on her hands and on her arm. Scratches on her hands, indicating defensive wounds. She had scratches on her arms on her hand. And the coroner in training had the chief coroner with her, but she spoke out and said, well, maybe that's from when they retrieved her from the water. And I said, okay, of course, maybe. Was there blood in those scratches and such? They had no answer. Very disappointing. So, I basically said the scratches indicate some type of scuffle or something, because the area where she was, there was no trees or anything anyway. There was no trees in the water. There was nothing there that would have scratched her hands the way they were. I mean, like this. So, it showed it indicated that there was some type of pressure.
You have a theory as to what you believe happened to your daughter?
Okay, well, I'll share what we spoke to about with the authorities, the sheriff in North Carolina. Also, as far as with his location, we've seen pictures of his truck. It had dark windows. Was it even him in there? Where's pictures of him physically there? When the car was at the park, and then
that's a good point.
That's
a good point. It's his truck, and there's dark windows. That's a very good point. Very good point.
Pressure.
You have a theory as to what you believe happened to your daughter?
Okay, well, I'll share what we spoke to about with the authorities, the sheriff in North Carolina. Also, as far as with his location, we've seen pictures of his truck. It had dark windows. Was it even him in there? Where's pictures of him physically there? When the car was at the park and then it was collected by the authorities, they didn't check for a tracker, which blew my mind. They said, oh, we have all the evidence and everything. We asked them, was there a tracker on her car? And they said, well, we didn't check. And
they know that she wasn't followed, but there's no surveillance. There's no cameras, but we know she wasn't followed. What?
Flabbergasted. This happened over and over during that interview. Why didn't you check that? We know that there was 3 or 4 trackers put on her vehicles. Why wouldn't you check to see if she was followed? They said, oh, there's no cameras, but we know she wasn't followed. Her car's just out here.
See what I'm saying?
And I said, well, there's no
How
trackers.
You know? How you
They
know?
said no tracker. I said, well, they could have.
Maybe they didn't see a tracker on the car because maybe the GPS tracking was from the jewelry. Hello? Shit. She keeps finding the trackers on the vehicle, Billy. What can I do, Billy? Have you tried that GPS tracking necklace? Yeah. It's used for people that get expensive jewelry, and if it gets stolen or it gets lost, they can track it. But instead, you could just track when she goes to the fridge and goes to the bathroom with her necklace. What, Billy? Yes. You can track from the necklace. What? Bracelet or ring, JP? Well, damn, Billy. Who fucking knew, right? Check out the video, you guys. Check out the video. You damn straight. Yeah. Yoli, earlier I said this, Yoli, in the show earlier. I said, look, the Idaho 4 case changed how I go buy things at the store. A lot of the times I would just pick something up and look at it and be like, well, I don't know. Oh, maybe in the future. Now, because the Idaho 4 and the whole sheath shit, now I look at it and then I go, is that something I probably will buy today? And if it is, then I grab it and then I look at it. I don't put my touch DNA on shit after Idaho 4. Now, shit, who knows? I might not even. Hey, if I have a future wife, and she goes to buy me a fucking ring or something, I might be like, yo, let's go to the store together. Let me pick this one out. All right, like, no, hey, like, what the hell, man? You can't even trust a ring now that it's not going to be tracking your ass. You can't. You can't, right? Because what if there's that one morning where you're like, yeah, I'm going to go to McDonald's, but you go to Hardee's instead. I thought you were going to McDonald's. Well, I was, but I went to Hardee's. I don't know. I changed my mind. You know what I mean? Like, damn, what the hell? I just wanted to go to Hardee's instead. I walked out the door and I was thinking McDonald's. And then when I got in the car, I was like, nah, let's go to Hardee's. What the hell? No, it changed forever.
Removed it after they did the deed. So then
I wanted to go to
Micah's
Hardee's.
mother, Angelita, she said, pretend this is Micah's hand. And she asked me, grab this hand. And then she pulled it up, and said, it looks like someone squeezed her hand and raised it up and shot.
Yeah. Wow. So again, we couldn't verify this. This is the account of Michael Francis, kind of providing an alternative understanding. We also did get a chance to speak to Sierra Francis. This is Micah's sister. And one of the things, Sierra has stepped in as special administrator of Micah's estate, and appears that there is kind of a legal battle going on between that estate and John Paul Miller in terms of certain assets. But one of the things that we asked Sierra about was her sister's mental state, and the idea that John Paul was acting as Micah's power of attorney, which is usually set up when somebody can't make medical decisions for themselves. Again, trying to understand what was Micah's situation.
So before Micah married John Paul, she had no signs, no history, no indications of mental illness at all. He had every way to control her, and he was very good at manipulating the situation. He had his sights set on her from a very young age. I would guess probably 14 years old, 14 or 15 when we first came to the church. And he, you know, he made sure that he kept her exactly where he wanted her to the point of who she married, what job she picked up after she was, you know, 18. He got her married, and then he made her his secretary and his babysitter and his let's go to lunch person, and oh, you're so beautiful.
And then when she was married, same thing, best friends with her husband, her previous husband, and manipulated the situation where he could have him doing something because he was his right-hand man and then spend time with Micah alone.
I also asked them about this allegation that came out that Micah was a suspect in the theft of nearly $1,200 in charity money for the Solid Rock Missionary Program in Africa. The investigation was closed. It was determined it was a civil matter. But let's hear what they had to say.
That was investigated. I have seen, you know, police excerpts.
Yeah, they were trying to start their own fake ass paper trail because she was there. She knew the whole church thing was a scam when she went out there. They probably brought up the idea and asked her to even go out there to start the whole fake scam, to start the whole deflection, to blame her. Hello? To start her to be the patsy for the whole fucking thing, because they were probably already getting looked at before that. So they're like, you know what? Let's just send her. Then we'll move shit around. So then it looks like she's trying to do this. And then when they come after us, we can go, hey, look at her. Look at her. The shit, you could see it a mile away what they were trying to do. Because hell, we had when the case first happened, Rosie, she's from South Africa. When the case first came out and we started talking about it our first day or two, she was like, CJ, I don't know, maybe I'm seeing something wrong, but I'm not seeing anything for that over here. This was in the beginning.
Man, and then spend time with Micah alone.
I also asked them about this allegation that came out that Micah was a suspect in the theft of nearly $1,200 in charity money for the Solid Rock Missionary Program in Africa. The investigation was closed. It was determined it was a civil matter. But let's hear what they had to say.
That was investigated. I have seen, you know, police excerpts on that, and from what I've seen, to best of my knowledge, it said that that was just a domestic dispute, and there was no criminal charges to be filed.
Okay, and also, as far as the amount that was mentioned, Micah was having trouble with the websites releasing the money to her from the donations,
such as Venmo or stuff like that.
Right.
And that is true, because I'm going to be honest with you guys. There was a period back in, I would have to say from October until February, maybe March. I know that there was a time from October to like February, March, I had a hell of a time dealing with Venmo and Cash App, whether it was accepting contributions. I mean, hell, there was a whole month and a half of contributions because I couldn't accept them. I didn't get them because Cash App wouldn't allow them to get accepted for some reason. Venmo, I would go to Venmo other people to help different community, and frickin' it wouldn't go through. I'd have to hit it like 4 times, and it was crazy when it came to Venmo and Cash App and all those things there for a while. It was a real pain in the butt.
They were holding on to those funds, as they do, for like the 3-day period or whatever, gaining interest.
Right.
And so during that period where the money didn't show up yet, he was accusing her of stealing that money. And then after the fact, after she's passed, all the money showed back in except 1 penny.
Not to mention that money wasn't money that was donated and she was stealing it. This money was, hey, I've put $600 out of my pocket with the intention of, hey, I will be reimbursed from this, because that's what she was told. Hey, spend your $600.
Just like, remember, we're going to listen to Tom here in a little bit, just like what Tom was telling us at the press conference. Tom Savard, Micah Miller's ex-father-in-law, just like he was telling us, did all this work. I even quit my job to do all this stuff for the church. I didn't get anything. It's crazy. Just wait. I know when he talked to Justin or Tony on TikTok, or Justin on TikTok, I'm sorry. I know when he talked to him, I'm sure he'll get into it.
To purchase, all the donuts that you're using for fundraising. It's a charity. We'll make sure we reimburse you.
Okay, now I want to move on to another update, and it concerns Reginald Miller. This is the father of John Paul Miller and father-in-law to Micah Miller. And he insists that his son's relationship with Micah has been misunderstood, that he wants to correct the record. In an email to the Daily Mail, Reginald Miller says, quote, I have a video of Micah on a mission where she tells last year how she took a gun to kill herself and pulled the trigger and the bullet locked in the gun. In the second weeks of marriage, she went and got a gun and was outside shooting up the neighborhood when my son ran out to stop her. She spent the first 3 weeks in a mental facility, and all the time since then, her family refused to believe how sick she was. She was a very, very sick young woman. He also seemed to mention that Micah wasn't overly emotional in her 911 phone call just before her death. But here is what Regina Ward, again, Micah's former attorney who we spoke to, here's what she had to say about that.
I can only tell you what my client explained to me happened. And basically, there was a situation where she says that she did get a gun and that she did put that to her head, that she did pull the trigger, and that the bullet jammed. As far as the gun going off after that did not happen according to my client. She didn't, say that happened. There's statement that she shot up the neighborhood, like she went through, shooting the gun. That's not true according to what my client relayed to me. It was simply, the gun jammed, and that was the end of it. Nothing else happened.
And what about the claim where he says her family refused to believe how sick she was? She was a very, very sick young woman.
Okay, well, Mr. Miller's father, from what I understand, and I don't have all the details on that. I'm not sure exactly how much he was actually involved. The other thing is that things that go on behind closed doors is only known by those people. So for him to have personal direct knowledge of anything would be surprising to me. And so to say that she was very, very sick, I don't think he is in a position to make that call. And pretty much anything that he said in there is going to be hearsay from his own son, who's going to spin it in his own direction.
By the way, John.
Boo, hey, it's real shit, right? Real talk.
Paul Miller's lawyer, Russell B. Long, doubled down on refuting any insinuations, writing in a statement, quote, it has come to light that Micah Miller struggled with mental illness, specifically bipolar disorder, which when not properly managed led to paranoid episodes and self-destructive behavior. Following the untimely death of Micah Miller, unfounded rumors and false accusations began circulating on social media and in various media outlets, suggesting Pastor Miller's involvement in her demise. This created a buzz, causing local and national media outlets to be proliferating these falsehoods on a mammoth proportion. Our client refutes any report that suggests he ever abused his wife. Now, on that note, let me go to a recent interview we did on Sidebar with Charlotte Korn. This is Micah Miller's best friend, and it was a fascinating discussion because she actually provided us seemingly screenshots of conversations from Micah and John Paul Miller. So this was the last conversation between Micah and Charlotte. It's dated April 5th. Micah writes you, thank you for your gentle warnings throughout the years regarding my relationship with JP. I know that you knew I wasn't ready to get out, but looking back, your warnings were very helpful when trying to make tough life decisions. Definitely have replayed our convos in my head over and over throughout the years and wish there was something I could do to get out. And now I've done it, with a smiley face emoji. And then later on, she writes, yes, things are looking up and are headed in a great direction. What do you make of that?
I mean, they were. She had a new purpose in life. She had done a mission trip earlier that year, and it really sparked a heart for missions for her. And she had plans to go back, and really had a new desire to become a missionary. She was working at a new job that she was loving. She'd finally taken legal moves, to end her previous chapter and start a new one. So things were looking up.
And Charlotte made it clear to us that Micah never indicated she wanted to harm herself, and that there is this misconception that she was off her meds and was having a psychotic break. Now, from there, we talked about how John Paul notified Charlotte that Micah had died. This is from J.P. Miller. This is on April 28th at 6:28 a.m. And it says, I thought you two should know Micah killed herself earlier today. She needed her lithium because she has been having a 3-month psychotic episode. I'll keep you posted on funeral.
That's the frickin' text message.
What was your reaction to that?
Insensitive.
I was just thankful that I had found out around 2 a.m. that morning.
Ain't that crazy? Ain't
from
that
anybody
crazy?
else but him, and
Ain't
in
that
that
crazy?
way. But of course, my first thoughts were, this is the text from the grieving husband.
Right.
Telling your best friend.
Right.
There's another message that you sent us from John Paul Miller, and it's in a group of people. And if you could explain to us who all the people are in this group, but this is what the message appears to show from John Paul. This is what happens when you try to encourage someone to divorce the person they love and tell them they don't need medicine and that they're not ill when they are. Good job, Francis family.
What the hell? And then this is the message to the family. This is what happens when you try to encourage someone to divorce the person they love and tell them they don't need medicine and that they're not ill when they are. Good job, Francis family. That's to the family. I bet he is a spoiled fucking brat. My God. I just posted a topless photo because I was mad at you and I wanted to get you back. Now you got this fucking immature ass fucking text messages to people about her passing. Immature as fuck. Do you get mad when somebody plays with your Tonka truck too? That's my Tonka. Even though you're over there playing with some Hot Wheels and shit, the moment you look over across the play area and somebody is playing with that Tonka truck, even though you didn't even have an interest in it, you look over and somebody else is playing with that Tonka truck and you go throw a fit. Is that how it is?
And they are. Good job, Francis family. So who was he writing that to, and what was that about?
So that was the night of her death at around 10:30 at night. They had found out within a few hours of that message. And that was the text that he decided to send them at 2 a.m. when I found out from another friend. I was just in total disbelief and thought there was just some terrible misunderstanding. So I immediately called her sisters, and they were all together and confirmed everything. But they sent me that message. They said, this is how JP is handling it.
Yeah. Now, Charlotte also shared with us a text conversation between John Paul, Micah, and herself from 2022. So the message appears to show John Paul Miller writing, "I would leave anyone or anything for you. I'm only asking for the same respect. You can't treat someone like S and then leave. You're supposed to work it out, stay, and do whatever it takes. Please don't be selfish this one time. I'm literally begging you to do the right thing, the godly thing." And he goes on to say, "I need you. I want you. And I don't want to sleep alone ever." Okay, so Charlotte, there are a lot of these messages. What exactly was he talking about here? What was going on?
Yeah, throwing baby fits and then fucking apologizing. My gosh. I'm just seeing entitlement all over the place. Entitlement and no consequences with actions.
The question that kind of kicked into them having an argument was, he asked her, if you could kiss a girl, who would it be? And she said, of course, I wouldn't kiss a girl. That's a ridiculous question. I'm not going to answer that. But he kept harping on it and harping on it. And finally she said, fine, I guess if I had to kiss a girl, it'd be Charlotte. But he did not like that answer because we were very good friends, obviously, and we were spending a lot of time together, and we talked all the time. And so that just kind of made the switch flip. And he started asking, well, what kind of feelings do you have for Charlotte? And have y'all kissed? And that was the conversation that led into, I think, a greater conversation, which I still don't have the full information on, but that was what kicked off this big blow up. I had a direct message going with him, and I probably 5, 6, 7 times wrote to him, John Paul, stop messaging her. I don't know what's going on with you guys right now, but you are making this so much worse. Please stop messaging her. And I just kept telling him, which goes to show my reason for being in the message was totally not for accountability like he so claimed.
There's another message, if you can provide context. It's from John Paul. Will please ask your wife to stop texting me things when she has no effing clue what has happened or is happening. She has sent wisdom out of her mouth about how she would do what Micah did, blah, blah, blah. And it goes on. What is this?
Here, I'll go ahead and read it. Hold on. It says, will you please ask your wife to stop texting me things when she has no effing clue what has happened or is happening? She is send wisdom out of her mouth about how she would do what Micah did, blah, blah. I've had enough of people demeaning my pain or agony or what I'm going through who know nothing. You literally make me want to pull the trigger. This is JP. Okay, Charlotte. Since you know so much and you would do just what Micah's doing, that means that everything I think is right and godly and best, isn't it? Isn't? So I'm either crazy or, hey, sorry about everything. That was the next one.
And it goes on. What is this about?
It was at the end of the night, around 1 o'clock in the morning, and Micah was concerned that he truly was driving up there to get her back. He had stopped responding to the messages that she was in with her sister. He'd stopped responding to the message that we were in together. And then when he stopped responding, Micah was obviously very concerned. And she said he turned off his location services, so she didn't know where he was. And she was asking me what to do. And I said, honestly, Micah, I would call the police and have him do a wellness check just to make sure he's there. And she did. And once he finally started writing back, his direct message to me, because I said, JP, if you don't write us back soon, I'm going to come over there, which I would not have. But he finally wrote back and he said, and I'll just let you fill in the blanks here, but effing B tried to get me arrested. And
I'm driving over to your house right now. If you don't respond, are you okay? Effing B tried to get me arrested. She was doing a wellness check. Apparently, you said some things that made her concerned for your well-being. Don't take that out on her. I don't know everything about what's going on according to Charlotte, but between things that you have both texted tonight, I would have done the same thing.
I said, John Paul, she wanted to do a wellness check. With everything that you're saying, I would have done the same thing. And me saying that is what sparked his message to my husband and myself about stop texting me. You have no effing clue. Because I said I would have done the same thing.
Right.
Now I'm going to leave you with one more update in the Micah Miller case. And that is that the Robeson County Sheriff's Office has announced that the FBI has launched a parallel investigation into this case. But to be clear, not into the death of Micah Miller. Again, authorities still saying this was a suicide, but something seemingly connected to the case. We're not sure where this FBI investigation will go. We are not sure what new details we will learn, but these are some updates that have currently come out, and we will continue to follow anything that happens. And I just want to thank our guests.
All right. Now I'm going to switch to the episode from Justin on TikTok where he JP joins the show. So it's been out. Let me see here. It's been out for a week now. We're finally getting to it. And so this is, let me see here. Give me 1 second. Here's the link to Justin on TikTok. And while we set it up, go ahead and head over there, hit a like on it, and leave a heart or a trophy in the comment section. It is the free way to help us. And please do so for that. Now, this was streamed live on May 31st. Give me 1 second. So we'll put that up there. And we are going to check this out. Thank you, Justin, on TikTok. We'll be checking out 2 videos from him. Also, Tom Savard. We'll be checking out the conversation they had. This is the one where JP joined last week.
So we will see. Myrtle Beach Strip lives next to John Paul Miller. When he drives by, he films. And he's got a lot of, I just looked at his page today, or just minutes ago, and saw all the videos of him just driving by, filming John Paul Miller. That's completely legal. You're allowed to do that, no matter where you're at. And so John Paul apparently got his phone number off of his work.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct? And then said, hey.
I don't have the phone number on there. So I don't know where.
What I was thinking happened, he went up to the Secretary of State's website, or he was also saying that he's got neighbors that go to that church as well. So it could be a myriad of different ways.
Well, he went out of his way to get your phone number.
Yeah.
Yeah. On my real name, where I go by Guru, everybody in town knows me as Guru. He actually said my real name. Okay.
Gotcha.
And the only person that knows that is my neighbor upstairs.
If he does answer, you should ask him if you can use his Wi-Fi. I bet money that JP's in this live. So if you are in this live, JP, I will tell you, we will both be very respectful and give you a platform to share your story and not attack you if you're willing to do that. And I know you've had every news outlet offer you, but it's different from talking to a news outlet versus talking to.
Yeah, same here. I explore all theories, thoughts, and opinions. I haven't said let's have a talk. after the protests and such. Anyway, hey, right here, phone number is right at the top of the screen, 330-510-1110.
The social media creative, we have a larger reach. Robbie and I combined have a larger reach than most of the affiliates that are out there.
Yeah, and we'll talk about whatever you want, anything you want. Be completely respectful. So I know he's watching somehow, some way, but we'll see.
Why do I think he's in this chat? Because if you go look at the video that I posted or that Robbie posted, did you post the text on TikTok yet, Robbie?
No.
Okay, so I posted them on TikTok. Robbie posted them on X. But basically, Myrtle Beach Strip here said, asked him if he wanted to go live tonight with Robbie and I and him and do a Q&A. And he responded with, so he knows that this live is happening. He knows that it's there. And he goes, LOL, I got every news in America offering me that. Next time you come over, we can do Q&A, ask a question, and then I ask a question. That's what he offered. So that's why I think he's probably here. He knows that we're doing this live.
And everyone keep double tapping your screens. Hit the likes.
While we wait for that, I'm going to go ahead and play this real quick, and then I'm going to skim to where he shows up on that one. This one was, let me see. Oh, the short version. Let me see. This is the short version. Hold on. Let me skim. Let me do this. Because I do kind of want to watch a little bit before.
Oh, there he is.
Says, what's up?
Ask him if he wants to talk. If you're comfortable.
Here he comes.
This is not stalking Dante, it's taking a walk. He lives in the neighborhood. He didn't go out of his way. He can literally see JP's house from his. Okay, that is him.
Huh? Yeah, I live over there, but I'm not a server. Yeah, but I'm not a server. Yeah. Yep. You like games?
Can't make it bigger.
Y'all hear what he said?
No, we can't hear.
You can't hear him? He said he'll ask me a question, and if I answer honestly, then he'll answer any question I ask him.
Well,
that's
fair.
Up
to you. That's fair to me.
Oh no, it's their questions, not mine.
Get closer if you want.
5 million followers now, with almost 2 million.
No, we're talking 5 million people.
Huh?
I've got over 5 million followers.
Yeah.
If he wants to ask a question to you, go ahead. JP, this is Robbie Harvey and Justin on TikTok, man. And we're going to be respectful and allow you to speak.
Well, I don't know. I also have Justin on TikTok.
So Robbie, hang up and I'll talk to you. Get rid of Robbie. I'll talk to you. Justin there?
Yeah.
What did he say?
Justin, you there?
Me? Yeah, I'm here. I can barely hear you though.
Can you hear me now?
A little bit better.
Hit my good side. I don't know which one that is. I'll talk to you, but you got to get Robbie Harvey to hang up and get off the show. Because I was told by a lawyer the other day that the worst thing I could do would be talk to Robbie Harvey.
Robbie, are you okay with that, or
what did he say?
He said basically he was advised. He basically said that he would talk to me if you jumped off because he was advised by I think you said attorney.
Yeah, a friend of mine who's an attorney, not my attorney, but a friend of mine.
Okay, a friend of his that's an attorney.
Who's suing Robbie?
That's probably the best advice. Well, I don't. I'm going to be respectful. So I'm not going to be disrespectful. I don't know why your attorney would recommend I not talk to me. But I mean,
You let me know whenever the other guys are available, okay?
All right.
Okay, I appreciate y'all. Robbie, hands up. I'm here.
All right.
what did he say?
He says he's not going to talk to us if you're on the live, Bobby.
Wow. So really quickly before I jump off, Justin, what are your thoughts on that?
I mean,
I'm shaking too bad right now.
I don't really understand the reason why.
Oh, some people are saying he's he's trying to intimidate me. I took it as opposite. It seems he's scared to talk to me.
And maybe that's the case. But it's up to, it's totally up to you. We can support either way. If you don't want to do that, that's okay. But if you think that, it's valuable for people to hear what he has to say, then we can do that.
We're going to have to do it another night because I'm shaking way too much. I don't know if you can see it on my camera, but I am shaking way too much.
Why?
I think
he's just another dude.
My opinion. So we're not going to force you to do that, Myrtle B.
What is okay? I'm having a hard time understanding. Why is dude shaking so much like he's fucking scared? Like, what the fuck is going on? It's just it's another person. Why would you be like, if I was there, why would you be fucking shaking? Let's have just a regular conversation, man. What the fuck? Why would you be shaking? I don't know that. Let's have a regular conversation, right? Like, what the hell? I would love to talk to him.
Just tell him I'll be the camera while you ask questions.
Justin, reach out to me, bro. Shit. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Gosh. Had to get my nerve back up.
What the fuck? Oh, hell no.
He said he doesn't care about comments.
I don't know, Katrina. Why, though? Why?
If he says he's going to come out, I'm going to have I'll have my mods pull, turn the comments off. I don't have headphones on. See? Oh, do you have AirPods on?
Use YouTube,
no.
People. Man.
Okay, he doesn't either. I'm not on YouTube at the moment, but this live could end up on YouTube.
You should be on YouTube. Why?
There he is.
The whole platform.
Right, he's coming back out.
Did he text you?
Here we go.
I'm just the camera. Just Justin. I'll show you the screen.
We need to talk. Jeez, screw all this.
So you don't want to talk to him?
Screw all this other shit. What the hell? Just have a regular conversation.
You can see what I look like. That's fair.
Hey, what's up? How are you?
I can't see your face anymore, but that's okay.
Oh, you can't turn. Can you press the button? Room?
I don't know if I can do it while I'm on live.
Is there one that does that? Oh, flip camera.
Yeah, you don't want to show.
Hey, man, how's it going?
Good. So I told them what you said. I read it to them, and I basically said, the way that I worded it was, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth here, but I said, the way I look at it is, my understanding is that you said a friend of yours who's an attorney. This is in regard to Robbie Harvey, guys. A friend of yours who's an attorney advised you not to speak to Robbie due to the defamation suit. And I would imagine that because there's a defamation suit, that's why he would want to speak.
Yeah,
I think he's freezing up.
He's just not very. He's not a nice guy. He's not playing. Hey, are all these people are watching us right now?
He's got way more people
Yeah,
watching.
and
He's got how many people watching?
if you want the comments off, I can turn the comments off.
No, I don't mind at all. I don't mind the comments at all.
How many people are watching your live?
I think
5,400.
5,400. And I would imagine with your face here, it's probably going to go up exponentially. JP's earbuds have no effect on this camera.
Justin, tell me, like,
no, your earpods aren't going to help.
I don't hear well anyways.
Gotcha.
Okay, so tell me about yourself. What kind of show is this? Or what kind of, is this TikTok? Are we on TikTok?
Yeah.
And
this is TikTok.
Are
I
you
also
like
have
just
like, what do I do?
Yeah. Like, what is this? What is this? Are you a crime person, or are you you just
Gotcha.
You know, like what is your passion for this?
Gotcha. So my platform is true crime and current events, primarily. There is some narcissistic, toxic family stuff, which is how the platform started. I've also written 2 children's books over that. So I have this on this platform. I've got 1.3, almost 1.4 million followers on. I have YouTube as well and Instagram, of course, and that's typically what it is.
Wow, that's awesome. That's great. Can I answer some of the people that are saying stuff? Would that be okay?
You can answer what it's. Hey, here's the thing. It's yours. Do what you want.
So somebody asked about my tattoos, and so these are my favorite scriptures are here, but I got one at a time because I didn't think I was going to ever get more than one tattoo, and I just kept going back and going. That's what that is. I'm going to wait
Yo, when have you ever seen my connection do that other than Lumber River State Park? What the hell? Oh my lord, what the hell?
It's breaking up. It's lagging a little bit, JP. Hold on. There you go. I think you're back.
We got it great. I don't know why it's lagging.
But what is your day-to-day life like? I'm a hermit now, and I love interacting with people. I don't get to do that much now, but it says if your Wi-Fi is on, turn it off.
It's turned off.
It's turned off, he says.
But the neighborhood we live in,
too far from his house.
Yeah. This neighborhood doesn't pick up AT&T well.
Yeah.
Can I? Is it okay if I ask you a question that somebody asked?
I'll see. Let me say this. I want to answer everything, but I don't want to answer it without me holding up my proof and showing it to you, because I think it's just ignorant for someone to just give, their opinion or say something and not have proof behind it when it's something as serious as this is. And so I'll be doing that next week, and I'll love to send you the proof and everything along with the affidavit. Most likely.
Okay.
Oh, am I allowed to touch it and scroll down? Because somebody said something I couldn't see. They said,
it's going fast.
JP. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's going fast. Who said be respectful? That was so nice. Someone named Bonnie.
Well, so my lives, JP, we don't tolerate, no matter who it is, no matter what the situation, we don't tolerate people being disrespectful to other people in here as well as the guests. And at this moment, you're the guest, so it's not going to be tolerated.
I even start grieving. Not even 1 minute. Every time I go to, something else happens that I have to deal with. So I'm planning on, once this is all over, taking some time and doing what I need to do to grieve. But in my mind, she's gonna text me tomorrow and say, "Hey." So I haven't even started. That. So, and my wife's name is spelled with no H at the end. If it has an H at the end, that means it's a male. It's a boy. So MICA is the girl one. Someone just said, "How is he tied to Micah?" That was
somebody is very new to this case. Then this story, if they're asking that.
Yeah, but
and see when they say stuff that they shouldn't, it blocks it out. Turn nobody else can see what
they can see. It says, "Can we see your pupils?" Y'all can see my pupils.
Yeah, they can't. Everybody else can't see what they wrote. That's why it's extra.
Only you can see what they wrote. Oh, okay. So how did you get hooked up with Robbie Harvey? Because y'all seem extremely different.
Well, Robbie, my
Robbie-
girlfriend, Robbie, Robbie was on live on Facebook. My girlfriend said something to him about the text you sent me.
Yeah.
And then it just spiraled from there, getting both of them on here.
Gotcha.
I'm walking over.
Oh wow, Justin, it was really great meeting you, and I promise we will chat again. And I appreciate you being kind to me, and I appreciate you being respectful of me. And
Well, the way that I look at it is that, you know what, if you want a platform to speak and share your version of events, you deserve that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. This was very exciting seeing all that. People just keep on saying stuff over and over. It's and this is live when they say that.
Yeah, they're typing it right now on their phones.
So with TikTok, with TikTok, a lot of times people will be coming in constantly, and it doesn't, like, you can't do an instant replay like you can on YouTube. So people might ask you the same questions over and over. Whereas on YouTube, people can go back halfway through it and rewind it so they don't miss something. So it's a very different. So I mean, to be very frank with you, if you wanted to do something, it would probably be better to do it on YouTube, because then you don't have to repeat yourself constantly, but you can still see the questions.
I do want justice for Micah, and I'm going to help bring that. I definitely want justice for Micah. And somebody said, I love the attention. What kind of attention? I hadn't talked to anybody or seen anybody. They say I love attention. Oh, people are just mean too sometimes.
Would you be okay if I asked you a question about an item in a very respectful way?
Sure.
So one of the things that has been said, and this was a couple of weeks ago, that a lot of people made a big, I don't say a big issue, but we'll say big deal about, was a necklace that you were wearing in the interview after she passed away. Was that actually hers, or did you just have a similar one?
No, that was definitely hers. I got it. So she passed away on the Saturday, and then Sunday when I went and saw her, they handed me some stuff, and that was one of the things they handed me. And that necklace was, for some reason, she's heard a story. Micah was very, she could hear something or see a commercial and then immediately want to act on it. And so she heard about these lab diamonds last year. And so even though she loved her wedding engagement band, she wanted the real diamond taken out of that. And she wanted a lab diamond put in, but she didn't want to get rid of that diamond. So she wanted to put it inside of a necklace. And so had it made into a necklace for her. He was wearing that, and the nurse gave me that on that Sunday. And so before I even left the hospital, I already had it on.
Okay.
I just had not taken it off. And actually, I'd forgotten it was on the next day or two or whenever the interview was. I just, but yeah, it's a girl necklace. So I just wanted to feel close to her. So I wore it, when they gave it to me.
Okay. I appreciate you answering it.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna go
Just
inside.
one other question.
Okay.
They swear down that you bought a new truck, and it's not a new truck. You
No,
just
it's
wrapped
not a new truck.
right?
Yeah, just put some stickers on it.
Yeah, he just wrapped it in vinyl and took the stickers off the windows. But people were calling me a liar. I'm like, I see the truck every day.
You had video, yeah. When you got close, you could see that it was a vinyl wrap, and so I actually made that correction.
It's not even
I don't know,
vinyl wrap,
we
it's
can have
tape. We just put some tape on the back.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, and we just it comes right off. You just
Yeah.
Yeah. Why did you have her cremated? Someone said. I did that because that's what she wanted. We talked a lot about what would happen if one of us passed, and that's something Micah wanted and something I want as well, because we don't believe that the body matters as believers, and so that's what she wanted. Yeah. I'm still wearing my wedding ring. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I'm still wearing it.
You have anything else for him?
And you can you can love somebody and be separated, and you can love them just the same and be divorced. You can love them just the same, be with them. Sometimes it doesn't stop your love for the person. It's like having a kid that you love them and they do something that you don't like, but you still love them the exact same. All the abuse that people are throwing at me I just pray that none of y'all have to go through anything like this, because it's
not
difficult.
And I'm not going to ask you this question right now. Obviously, if you want to talk more, and I can text with you and we can get something scheduled if you want to do that. Obviously, because when with this type of a situation, there are no more secrets about your past or anything that you've done in the legal system. So that's been out there. That being said, obviously there's a lot of documents back and forth. Her filing reports against you, you filing reports against her. And so if you ever want to chat about any of that, again, respectfully, and from your version, we're happy to give you that platform.
There's something I learned through this that I don't think the world knows, or I don't think America knows, and that is, on a police report, you can lie and say anything you want to say. You can say that Big Bird killed Cookie Monster on Sesame Street, and they have to write it down.
Correct.
And so a lot of people take police reports as fact. It's not a fact that somebody said it. The other thing you can do is people can actually line affidavits. You can write anything you want to in an affidavit, and it doesn't matter. That's why it's important whenever you're trying to find truth in the affidavit. You look for just what exhibits that. But that's something I've learned through all this stuff. People assume things. White people are incredibly. Someone says about an autopsy. You want an answer? Are you?
Why no autopsy?
I asked for an autopsy when I was there Sunday, and I asked I either asked the head nurse or asked the medical examiner, somebody, and they just brushed me off and said, "There's no need. There's no need." And I said, "I didn't know anything. I just asked for one just because I thought it was the right thing to do. Not that I thought anything. I just thought that's what you're supposed to do when someone you love dies young. You just ask for an autopsy." And but then I said, well, what about finding out if she was on medicine, or what kind of medicine, or if she was pregnant, or anything like that? And they said, you need a toxicology report. I said, okay, well, I want that. So they said yes. So a toxicology report was ordered, and I'll have the results of that. I think they said it could take months, but it could be anywhere from 3 more weeks to 3 months. So.
There was a story here, and I live in the Nashville area, but there's a story here in Nashville. I don't know how closely you follow this.
So he just said a toxicology was done.
I didn't know anything. I just asked for one just because I thought it was the right thing to do. Not that I thought anything.
He asked.
Thought that's what you're supposed to do when someone you love dies young. You just ask.
Remember, he said he asked, and he said there was one done.
Ask for an autopsy. And
he said it himself.
I said, well, what about finding out if she was on medicine, or what kind of medicine, or if she was pregnant, or anything like that? And they said, you need a toxicology report. I said, okay, well, I want that. So
there we go.
They said yes. So a toxicology
they said yes.
Report was ordered, and I'll have the results of that. I think they said it could take months, but
there we go.
It could be anywhere from 3 more weeks to 3 months.
Where is it? We'll see.
There was a story here, and I live in the Nashville area, but there's a story here in Nashville. I don't know how closely you follow this type of stuff, but Riley Strain, a young college kid who was here from Missouri, fell into a river. Anyways, they ordered his toxicology. I think 3 months later, we were still waiting on it, and it just finally came back. And even now, the results haven't been officially released, so it can take a while.
Yeah, and I don't know if it'll be able to even tell me what I want to know, but we'll see. We'll see. What's the way? Man, what cousin? Someone just said Satan. Was that a question, or was that just a comment?
Again, I told you we can turn the comments off if you prefer that.
I like it. No, not at all. If your family's saying anything, I don't. There's no making family do anything.
Man, get T-Mobile.
I didn't put a tracking device. Private. I did it because I told him to make sure if she was near a gun store to give me a call. And also thought that maybe there was some other reasons. You'll see that next week. You'll find the results of that next week.
Are you able to? If not, it's okay. Are you able to kind of give us a hint on what's coming next week? If you can't, that's fine.
No, just everything that shows why she passed away, who's responsible for it, and that I did every single thing a human being could do and far more. to try to keep her alive and keep her safe and keep her healthy. I was the only one. I went to 48 people in 3 months and told them she needs her lithium, and she does not need to be anywhere near a weapon. And nobody believed me. And I showed them proof that her doctor said she was suicidal, and nobody believed me. And I fought. I went to judges, lawyers, doctors, pastors, her friends, and her family. 48 people. And some of those people I went to dozens of times. And anyway, I'm going to run in, everybody. So let's see what else. Anyway, Justin, was talking to you. It was nice seeing you.
I appreciate you taking the time to talk to us and answer a few questions, and we'll be in touch.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Justin. Have a good night.
There's a lot of documents back and forth.
So that's what she wanted, yeah. I'm still wearing my wedding ring. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I'm still wearing it.
Do you have anything else for him?
And you can you can love somebody and be separated, and you can love them just the same and be divorced. You can love them just the same, be with them. Sometimes things, it doesn't stop your love for the person. It's like having a kid that you love them and they do something that you don't like, but you still love them the exact same. All the abuse that people are throwing at me, I just pray that none of y'all have to go through anything like this, because it's
not
difficult.
And I'm not going to ask you this question right now. Obviously, if you want to talk more, and I can text with you and we can get something scheduled if you want to do that. Obviously, because when with this type of a situation, there are no more secrets about your past or anything that you've done in the legal system. So that's been out there. That being said, obviously there's a lot of documents back and forth. Her filing reports against you, you filing reports against her. And so if you ever want to chat about any of that, again, respectfully, and from your version, we're happy to give you that platform.
There's something I learned through this that I don't think the world knows. I don't think America knows. And that is, on a police report, you can lie and say anything you want to say. You can say that Big Bird killed Cookie Monster on Sesame Street, and they have to write it down.
Correct.
And so a lot of people take police reports as fact. It's not a fact that somebody said it. The other thing you can do is people can actually line affidavits. You can write anything you want to in an affidavit, and it doesn't matter. That's why it's important whenever you're trying to find truth in the affidavit. You look for what exhibits that. But that's something I've learned through all this stuff. People assume things. Black people are incredibly. Someone says about an autopsy. You're not an answer, are you?
Why no autopsy?
I asked for an autopsy when I was there Sunday, and I asked I either asked the head nurse or asked the medical examiner, somebody, and they just brushed me off and said, "There's no need. There's no need." And I said, "I didn't know anything. I just asked for one just because I thought it was the right thing to do. Not that I thought anything. I just thought that's what you're supposed to do when someone you love dies young. You just ask for an autopsy." And but then I said, well, what about finding out if she was on medicine or what kind of medicine, or if she was pregnant or anything like that? And they said, you need a toxicology report. I said, okay, well, I want that. So they said yes. So a toxicology report was ordered, and I'll have the results of that. I think they said it could take months, but it could be anywhere from 3 more weeks to 3 months. So.
There was a story here, and I live in the Nashville area, but there was a story here in Nashville. I don't know how closely you follow this type of stuff, but Riley Strain, a young college kid who was here from Missouri, fell into a river. Anyways, they ordered his toxicology. I think 3 months later, we were still waiting on it, and it just finally came back. And even now, the results haven't been officially released, so it can take a while.
Yeah, and I don't know if it'll be able to even tell me what I want to know, but we'll see. We'll see. What's the later? Man, what cousin? Someone just said Satan. Was that a question, or was that just a comment?
Again, I told you we can turn the comments off if you like, if you prefer that.
I think he's getting annoyed that the comments, he's focused on the comments. I think it's two things. He's getting annoyed because JP's focused on the comments, and also the bad fucking cell coverage. Man, come on now. You get T-Mobile. Jeez. Horrible.
Not at all.
Horrible.
I don't, there's no making family do anything. Why to put I didn't put a tracking device. I did it because I told him to make sure if she was near a gun store to give me a call. And also thought that maybe there was some other reasons. You'll see that next week.
You'll see that next week. Remember, he said, I'm going to let you guys know what I was going through. Remember? I know it's hard because the audio. That's why I put the closed caption up.
Someone just said Satan. Was that a question? Or was that just a comment?
Again, I told you we can turn the comments off if you like, if you prefer that.
I don't like it. Not at all. I don't.
Just think if you had T-Mobile, it would be crystal clear, you know? Oh, the backup to the backup.
There's no making family do anything. Why to put I didn't put a tracking device. I did it because I told him to make sure if she was near a gun store to give me a call. Man, what cousin?
Hold on. I said if she was close to the gun store to give me a call. That means he was having her followed. He wasn't following her. He was having her followed. I told them to call me if she was getting close to a gun store. What? Hold on. I told him to call
Someone
me.
just said Satan. Was that a question? Or was that just a...
I told him to call me if
Again, I told you we can turn the comments off if you like, if you prefer that.
I don't like it. Not at all. I don't. There's no making family do anything. Why to put I didn't put a tracking device.
He says, I didn't put a tracking device. Somebody else put the tracking device on her car, and somebody else was supposed to call him when she got close to a gun store. I didn't put a tracking. I didn't put a tracking device on there.
Did it because I told him to make sure if she was near a gun store to give me.
Because I told him. Because I told him.
There's no making family do anything. Why to put I didn't put a tracking device.
I didn't put a tracking device on.
Did it because I told him.
Because I told him. I told him to call me if she got close to a gun store.
Sure, if she was near a gun store to give me a call. And also
to make sure if she was. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa. Hold on.
I don't like it. Not at all. I don't. There's no making family do anything. Why to put I didn't put a tracking device.
Listen to okay. Listen to him say that I didn't put a tracking device.
Here for signing. I don't talk. I don't. There's no making family do anything. Why did I put track? I didn't put a tracking device.
I didn't put a tracking device.
Did it? Because I told him. Sure, if you.
Oh, I wish dude had T-Mobile service. Bro, go get a new phone, man.
Here.
You got what? 1 million fucking followers, dude. That's like 990 fucking thousand more than I got, bro. Go get yourself a new phone, bro. Damn.
I didn't. No, I don't like it. No, not at all. Here for signing. I don't talk. I don't. There's no making family do anything. Why did I put track? I didn't put a tracking
I
device.
didn't put a tracking device. And then looks off to the side. I didn't put a tracking device on her. Listen to what he says.
Did it? Because I told him. Sure, if she goes near a gun.
Because I told him to make sure if she goes near a gun store to give me a call. I told him to make sure if she goes near a gun store to give me a call. Yeah, there is another one, detective. We went to the other one when we were on the way to go to the gas station. Ding, 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 ding. We were on the way. You can see it in the live on location, exploring all spots where we went, and we drove from where Micah went from the house, the condo, to the pawn shop, then to the gas station, then to Lumber River State Park on, what day was it? Wednesday. No. Tuesday? There was a nicer one. I was like, whoa, wait a minute. I thought this was closed temporarily. We pulled in and I showed you guys, and I was like, damn, it is. Right on the way. Nicer part, easier in and out for access. I didn't have somebody track her, but I told him to make sure if she goes near a gun store to give me a call. Well, you obviously knew somebody that put a tracker on her vehicle, because how would you know to give them a call to make them make sure to give you a call if she goes near a gun store? What? Bro, we got to talk, man. We got to talk, because I got to ask you about that, JP. I got to ask you, what do you mean? Okay, that's cool. You didn't put the tracking device on there. We get it. You didn't put the tracking device on there. But how in the hell would you know who did? And number two, as a husband, wouldn't you say, why are you putting a tracking device on my wife? Number three, if you're cool with it, which obviously you were, because then you told the person to give you a call to make sure they gave you a call if she goes near a gun store. What you mean, bro?
And
what you mean?
Also thought that maybe there was some other reasons. You'll see that next week.
Other reasons.
You'll find the result.
You'll see that next week.
So that next week.
You'll find the results of that next week. It's been next week because, as far as I know, this was a week ago. So, damn, and we were there in South Carolina in Myrtle Beach, right there, right around the spot, because I think that day, I actually went down and drove around a little bit. Wow, we could have hooked you up, Justin, with some T-Mobile. I would have asked more about this right here. What do you mean? You didn't place it, but you know somebody that did, and you wanted to make sure that they gave you a call? What do you mean, man? What do you mean?
Are you able to, if not, it's okay. Are you able to kind of give us a hint on what's coming next? Because if you can't, that's fine.
Yeah. And this is why shout out Angel, shout out Katrina. Check this out, you guys, after the show's over tonight, if you haven't checked it out. Tracked by a piece of GPS jewelry. Micra's every moment and movement tracked. I know you, Micah, I know you didn't go to bed until 10:37 last night. Right? How in the fuck does he know this? Remember, he talked about a necklace that she wanted to have special, but then he took it and got it made for her. Hello? Hello? How in the hell is he tracking me? Right there.
No, just everything that shows why she passed away, who's responsible for it, and that I did every single thing a human being could do and far more to try to keep her alive.
I would have
keep her
asked
safe,
more about
keep her
that.
healthy. I was the only one. I went to 48 people in 3 months and told them it needs her lithium, and she does not need to be anywhere near a weapon. And
Wow, that is a specific number of people. Now, when you're talking, right? When you're talking, you know, hell, what time is it, CJ? Really, it's 8:24, but I'm saying, it's 8:30. Specific number of people.
also thought that maybe there was some other reasons.
What
You'll see
time
that
is it,
next week.
CJ?
You'll find the
8:30.
results of that next week.
8:30.
Are you able to, if not, it's okay. Are you able to kind of give us a hint on what's coming next? Because if you can't, that's fine.
No, just everything that shows why she passed away, who's responsible for it, and that I did every single thing a human being could do and far more to try to keep her alive and keep her safe and keep her healthy. I was the only one. I went to 48 people in 3 months and told them it needs your lithium.
48 people. Do you know how you remember or, you know, say the specific? Let's just be real. We're talking about the human brain. Do you want to know why somebody would say a specific, like 48? Do you want to know why somebody would say a specific number? Because they're used to telling the story over and over and over. 48 people in 3 months. What? I would have 50 people, 40 to 50 people, 45 to 50 people, 48 people. Well, damn. What kind of notes are you keeping? 48. Very specific.
And she does not need to be anywhere near a weapon. And nobody believed me. And I showed them proof that her doctor said she was suicidal, and nobody believed me. And I thought I went to judges, lawyers, doctors, pastors, her friends, and her family.
I wouldn't be surprised if he went to somebody at his church and said, hey, Jimmy, I'm worried about Micah going to a gun store. Can you do me a favor, Jimmy? Can you do this godly act, Jimmy? Can you do me a favor? Can you go place this tracking device on her vehicle and let me know? Can you let me know where she's going? Cause I want to make sure. I want to make sure she's okay, Jimmy. I need to make sure she's Jimmy. Jimmy, I need to know. And then a week goes by, and then he goes to Jimmy. This is all speculation, of course. A week goes by, and then he goes to Jimmy and he says, Jimmy, can I have access to that? I'm just so sick and worried, Jimmy. I can't sleep at night, Jimmy. I'm just so sick. Can I have access to that, Jimmy? It'll help me get some sleep. It'll help me go to sleep at night, Jimmy. Jimmy says, okay. And then all of a sudden, boom. I didn't put a tracking device on her car. Yo, I got to talk to you, man. I got some questions. I need to know because, like I said, I explore both sides. I explore all theories, thoughts, and opinions. All of it could make sense. That's what conversation is about. It's about clearing up confusion. And that's why communication's important.
We're going to get people. And some of those people I went to dozens of times. And anyway, I'm going to run in, everybody. So let's see what else. Anyway, Justin, it was talking to you. You know, nice seeing you.
I appreciate you taking the time to talk to us and answer a few questions, and we'll be in touch.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Justin. Have a good night.
Good. All right. So there was that. Shout out Justin on TikTok. Appreciate him. Your partner needs to get T-Mobile, bro. All right. Because I'm telling you, T-Mobile is good. It's good stuff. Now, this is from JP. All right. This is what JP was talking about. This is what JP is talking about. Shout out, angels. Thank you. The real truth will be revealed. I have kept my mouth closed and my story close to my heart, but soon everybody will hear exactly what happened with the JP stamp of approval right there. But soon everybody will hear exactly what happened. I haven't heard anything. Have you guys? Because I haven't. Call the show. JP, what is it? Let us know. 330-510-1110. It's catchy. It's easy to remember. You're more than welcome. Very telling part, though. The whole part about I didn't put the tracker on there, but somebody, somebody did. You know the person who did, and you asked the person to make sure that they gave you a call if she went close to a gun store. When you go to a pawn shop and you go to Dick's Pawn Shop, you know what it says outside? What's up, Nana? Appreciate you. Dick's Pawn Shop. Okay. I'll show you what the sign says. Let me see here. Let me go to the video. So you got the sign right here. Dick's Pawn Superstore. You see a diamond, you know? You see a diamond. On the outside of the building, jewelry. Does it say guns on the side of the building? No, it does not. There's the corner. Osceola Street, Mr. Joe White Avenue. You see it right there. Okay. Then you got the parking lot right here. You got the title loan entrance. You see the Dick's Pawn Superstore over there. Where does it say weapons? Here's the entrance to the place. Where does it say weapons? Title loans, jewelry, superstore. The sign has a diamond for the apostrophe. It doesn't say nothing about guns. So, who says it was even a gun store? Who says she wasn't going there to pick out some jewelry at a pawn shop? Who says she wasn't going to see if she could pick up a new TV or maybe the latest device that she could get on the cheap? No. So I'm going to play this. We played it earlier. This was from a conversation that we had. We're going to get into the Justin on TikTok. He talked to Tom Savard. We also talked to Tom. Shout out, Tom. Appreciate you very much. We're going to check that out. But this is a clip from when we were talking to Tom at the press conference. And this is afterwards when I was talking to a few people there at the same time. And this is something that Tom wanted me to record for the show and also give him a copy as well, because his brother and him were having a conversation and he wanted people to hear what he had to say. And I said, hey, we're here for you. Shout out to them. Thank you for your support back. And I appreciate everything you're doing, Tom. Thank you. She was lured there. Okay. We're gonna go to this. This is somebody else I was talking to. Now he got a call from his brother. We're gonna check out here a second. Then we're gonna go to the conversation that he had with Justin on TikTok, and then we're gonna check out some of Tom's TikTok videos as well, and we'll share his TikTok with you guys. Damn, I need to get a TikTok.
And then I posted it even on. I might want to listen to this. Excuse me.
You ready? My brother hasn't even met. You didn't meet him personally, right? All right. Well, I want you to share with these supporters what.
So this is when I was at the press conference. This is live on location from Wednesday's show. This is when I was at the press conference. The press conference was done. This was afterwards. I was just kind of talking to people, different protesters. I was kind of listening to other people ask questions. I was even talking to some of these individuals. So this is at a part in the live where kind of basically, I think everybody else pretty much left at this point, and it was just me and 3 other people. We did. We stayed the whole time, and we were the last ones to leave.
What we were dealing with back when that all happened, okay? Okay, go ahead, Wayne. Say hi to Wayne.
Hi, Wayne.
Just give us your description of John Paul Miller and what you've experienced in your little bit of action with him.
Well, I only spoke to him a few times during certain circumstances where he was involved in causing separation and heartache in a family, and something that did not seem right about him. And
just so you know, Wayne, we are recording this, so keep it respectful.
Yeah. Well,
I don't care if you do.
I don't care
either, but
all right, well, go ahead and say it.
We're good.
Tell it like you want to tell it then.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's pretty simple. When you speak to somebody and you know that something isn't right, your spirit tells you.
That's
and
right.
I knew the first time I spoke to him, something wasn't quite right about him.
And you had interaction with him on some emails.
Yeah, and he didn't seem like a pastor. He seemed like somebody very vindictive.
Well, what was going on back then that I needed to speak to you about that? What remember he wanted me to apologize?
I'm trying to remember now.
Remember the email about me having an issue with him at church, and we were discussing it, and you were trying to help me to think of something maybe to respond, the wording on the email that he sent because he called so late at night and stuff, and you were helping me probably.
Again, Tom, he's in the yellowish shirt. He's talking to his brother, and Tom kind of explains some of his experiences. Now, he and his family went to the church. Remember, Tom is the father of the gentleman that Micah was married to before JP. JP's best friend, remember, was married to Micah before. This is his father.
Please send him an email.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time recalling that. I mean, I know it was about you and your wife working there and her being manipulated.
Yeah, like not getting compensated for pay and basically burning up her whole day and causing friction in my marriage.
And him causing separation, saying that she needs to do this and whatever. But yeah, it's kind of hard for me to remember now because I'm not there. So, but it was not good.
And your feelings about when I had my widowmaker, he didn't even bother calling, right?
No.
And remember, you heard the stories from Micah's father and sister about people not being compensated. Listen to this guy's story, everybody. I'm gonna talk to him some more. Really cool dude. Shout out to him. Appreciate him so much. Very cool guy. Very cool guy.
No, it didn't seem like he cared too much about you as long as you were doing what he wanted you to do, and your wife was doing what he wanted her to do. And I just got bad vibes from him. I really felt like he was manipulating Tammy and causing separation in your marriage for selfish gain.
And my relationship with the church was what, basically.
While you were...
Well, I mean, what was I doing? I mean, I did a lot of work there. That's what I was getting at.
Yeah, you did a lot of work, and you were doing things for the church, and you were trying to make your marriage a happy place by attending church and having God in your life, and it just didn't seem like that was his intentions.
Right.
It wasn't. I don't know. It's hard for me to remember now, Tom. I'm glad I don't live down there and never attended that church.
Well, I just remember you calling me, telling me that you were sending emails out to him because of what was going on in the church, and I was sharing it with you, and I was asking your advice of what I should do or how I should respond because I cared about the church, and I didn't really want to tell him to F off, but and you were trying to help me with that letter, remember?
You were proud of what you did for that church, and you were being a humble servant to the church and God, and he seemed to take quite a bit of advantage of that, is what I remember.
Yeah, I quit my job basically and spent a year remodeling that place.
Isn't that crazy?
I saw that on a video yesterday. You sure
Ain't
did.
that crazy?
Really? And he never gave him a dime.
What?
Yep.
Well, I got a box.
He owes
I got
him
a box of coffee.
$245,000.
It's so generous.
And I wasn't looking for compensation on that. I mean, but he broke the promise, so now I'm like, okay, well,
you're flying around in a plane and you're not producing any services, then pay up.
Yeah, $245,000.
All right, but listen, my brother Wayne, he's not a pastor, but he knows.
Which guy are you talking about, Johnny? Send me a photo if you have a photo, because I was looking at everybody when I was there. There's a couple people that caught my side eye. Send me a photo. Let me know, because I'd like to see if it's anybody I might remember being around there. Let me know. Send me a photo.
The Bible, and would you just could you just do a prayer for Micah over the phone for us, and all the Justice for Micah supporters, and because I may post this, so I'd appreciate it if you'd do like a little prayer over Micah at the courthouse here.
All right. Heavenly Father, I thank and praise you for the amount of people in the turnout today for Micah. The people that know and understand something isn't quite right about this. Lord, I ask for your blessings right now over this entire situation, and that you would bring the truth to light. That people that are accountable need to be held just that, accountable for what they have done to this young lady. Lord, I pray right now that you put your spirit and power into that church and convict anybody of wrongdoing and bring down that pastor if he is doing evil things and separating people from you. Lord, I thank and praise you right now that everybody that knows this man knows something isn't right. This just doesn't happen to a young girl. You know how he got that girl, Lord. You know what he's been doing in that church. You know the people he's been manipulating, and he's been using it for selfish gain. Lord, I thank you right now that people are standing up for Micah and that things are going to go forward and the truth will be seen. I just thank and praise you for that, Lord, in Jesus' name.
In Jesus'
Amen.
name, amen.
Amen. Hey, brother, one more last question. John Paul Miller. I went to a protest, and he's basically accused me of breaking into the church, stealing mom's plaque, and burning it into the church fire pit, and that he's definitely afraid of me, scared for his life. And he's also said that I'm a well-known heavy drug dealer, user.
Wait, don't forget you're
and
trying to get women's money.
I get elderly women to sign their deeds over the house. Would you respond to all that?
What? Yes.
Yeah, that came out yesterday.
How can I respond to that? That sounds like a man that's trying to cover his ass.
Yes.
Definitely not true. And usually...
What kind of man am I, Wayne? What kind of man am I?
No, you're a good man, and you're definitely not that. And I know you've helped a lot of people out, and you were one of my closest brothers that I had. But I can tell you right now, usually... when somebody is accusing other people and doing stuff like that, they've got something to hide.
It's called projection.
It's pretty simple. We all know that. I'm surprised he didn't bring my name up into it. And I've only talked to him briefly in emails and stuff.
Well, Wayne, he told me he met me because I was a heavy drug user and needed help.
Yes.
Yeah, that's not true.
Wayne, I'm just going to comment on something that you said.
Wayne, do I drink?
Never.
I don't drink either. So you're talking to two straight-laced individuals right now.
I don't drink either.
I 100% agree with what you said about when you know the Bible, you're what I call God guts. You know, your intuition tells you when somebody's off and somebody's not. And I've only talked to your brother today for the first time in my life, and he's a God guy. He's a God guy. He's a true God guy.
Yes.
You don't need to go to the house to love Jesus.
That's
I can
right.
Tell
No,
you
you
that
don't.
house,
Read your
that
Bible.
house, I want to see.
Read your Bible.
Well, Tommy, Bobby's calling me, so I got to let you go. But God bless you all.
All right, so we're stopping that. Now I'm going to go back to the Justin on TikTok. Now this is the same individual. This is Tom Savard. Now he's going to be talking to Justin on TikTok. This is from 3 days ago, the 4th. So yeah, 3 days ago. And I will drop the link to this video as well. Please go hit the like and drop a heart or a trophy in there also. So this is the episode where Tom joined Justin on TikTok.
Bombshell.
All right.
Okay, I got to ask you before we talk about any of this. What is the car on that trailer?
What's that? What?
In your profile, what is that on the trailer? What kind of?
I can't tell you. If you can't understand what's sitting on that car, then we can't.
I can't
talk.
see it because it's like this. It's smaller than the size.
If you can't
of the
figure out what's sitting on that just by the shape of it, then I don't know.
It's literally smaller than a dime, and I'm in my.
All
40s.
right, it's a 73 Nova.
Okay, I knew it was some kind of Chevy. I couldn't tell if it was a Chevelle or no.
I'm just messing with you. I don't want to get you.
Damn, a 73 Nova. That's a nice fucking car. Oh my gosh, I love those cars. Damn, a 73 Nova.
Frustrated.
What color is it? Anybody know? Let me know. I'm fucking interested.
I'm not frustrated. So if you're okay,
That's
with
a
me
badass
saying,
car. 73 Nova. Shit.
My name?
Yeah, the answer is yes. So when he gave me a name, yours was the name.
Well, it's pretty obvious. It's right on my profile. I probably should change that, eh?
Well, I didn't mean that. I meant like in the text message that he sent me for the reason the police are being called. He said that it was your name. Basically, it was your name.
Yeah. I mean, I got the same message. I got yanked out of a live, basically saying something about what we're discussing here about a plaque or something. And I'm like, with the cops over here, I'm like, no.
Huh.
I haven't been near that. I can tell you this. I don't go near that church. I don't go around anywhere around there. I haven't been there since 2019 or 2018, and I don't care to go around there.
Whoa.
Yeah, so
because I know how JP is and what he can do.
Okay. If you want, I will tell you this. If you want to, it's completely up to you. If you want to share any of your experiences, or anything about this particular situation, the floor is yours.
Well,
if you don't,
at this time, I'll just answer some questions. I don't really want to get into sharing. I think I've done a lot today on my TikTok. I mean, I've posted some stuff that's factual. I mean, I'm only going to talk about factual stuff. I'm not out to say anything that's not true that I know of.
Right.
And that's where I stand basically on it. I'm not trying to take somebody out and just make up stuff. I'm just posting stuff that's factual, you know.
Just for clarification, so were you at the protest at all yesterday, even, or no?
I kind of showed up late and hung out for a few minutes, and yeah, I was there.
Okay, that's not a big deal.
I was there. Yeah.
Okay, so
I'm there quite a bit because I go to that area to the dental clinic there, so I do see the place. You know.
Gotcha. The thing is, I've only learned about you in the last couple of days, and I don't know too much about your situation, your connection, why you're being named. But if you want a chance, let me do this. I'll give you a chance to, respond to what he said.
Okay.
About you.
Who, JP?
And, yeah. If you want to, I don't have to.
Yeah. No. Go ahead.
If I'm trying to find the thing.
It's his right-hand man there, you know.
He said, oh my God, where is it?
Hopefully it was nice.
I'm trying to find his exact. I'm going through all these texts. I need to find the picture of the police being there. I'm just struggling right now, but let me Control F. Hold on. Or maybe I saved it here. Okay, I saved it here, so I think we can do this. Here's what he said about you. This is the part that he told me he was okay with me sharing. So, I'm told police showed up because one of the protesters, is it Savard or how do you say your last name?
Savard.
Tom Savard, a drug dealer who cons old ladies into putting him in their will, did something stupid that caused police to worry about his safety.
Wow.
Go ahead.
Wow. Drug dealer?
Let me keep going. I asked him, are you okay with me sharing this? He was totally up to you.
That's.
See, that's what he was talking about when we were talking to him the next day. Because we talked to him 2 days ago. This is 3 days ago. That's when he was like, they were saying this and this and this. See what I'm saying right here?
That's pretty hilarious.
Well, there's more. I'll give you the rest of it, then you can say whatever you want. He said, I knew Tom from over a decade ago when he was dealing drugs. I had to help him, but I'm told he's still the same person. Maybe you should reach out to his ex-wife, who was Micah's mother-in-law for 2 years. She could better describe you.
Wow, he's got quite the warped memory.
So that's his version.
Totally untrue. Totally. There's not one thing you said that's true in that. That's factual. I never had a drug addiction. I don't even drink alcohol.
You sound very lucid to me.
Oh, I'm fine. I got an addiction to coffee. That's my only addiction.
That's fair. That's safe though.
Right there.
Yeah, I mean, there's not nothing in that. Repeat. Can you read it one more time? I need to hear that one more time.
The whole thing.
Tom, I feel you, bro. Like, I have an addiction to coffee. Everybody knows. CJ, where do you get all this energy from? Coffee, motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Okay.
Straight up. Coffee.
He said that he was told police showed up because one of the protesters, Tom Savard, a drug dealer who cons old ladies into putting him in their will, did something stupid that caused police to worry about my safety. I knew Tom from over a decade ago when he was dealing drugs. I tried to help him, but I'm told he's still the same person. Maybe you should reach out to his ex-wife, who was Micah's mother-in-law for 2 years. She could better describe Tom.
Yeah. I didn't hear anything in there that other than him knowing me. That's the only true statement he made.
If you want to answer, in what capacity did he know you?
Well, just go look at my profile. The last picture I posted.
Okay, y'all go look at Tom's profile.
The last video or last picture I posted, and that'll pretty much explain. That's why I am posting it, because people are questioning my relationship with him, and I didn't know him that well.
Well, if your name is being thrown out, that you have every right to defend it.
That's exactly what I'm doing. Yeah.
You have,
and I'm not saying anything that people don't already know. I mean, I'm just basically backing it up.
Yeah.
With factual stuff. I mean, this stuff is sitting on my computer. I mean, I know what he's done. I know what he's said to me. I've been over to his house. I've been out.
No, typically Tom is the ex-father-in-law. So JP's best friend married Micah before JP married Micah. JP's best friend that married Micah, Tom, is his father. That's how close they were. Now, JP's best friend, you heard, he had them linked up so he could have her around even more. They supposedly had a relationship before the best friend and Micah got married. Imagine how close. When Tom quits work for a year to help remodel the church, that's a lot of trust. When Tom quits his job for a year to focus on all the improvements to the church. Beautiful building.
To concerts with him and eating, and I've been everywhere with him. We were family.
See?
I mean, that was solid rock when it started, was the family.
There you go.
So that's got to be pretty painful then to be going through.
It's very painful. It's very painful that the disregard of respect of a person that's unalived right now.
Yeah, her being able to not defend herself, that's always a challenge. That's why a lot of us try to be voices for these people.
Justin, I drove out there yesterday. There's some questions I need answers out there. That nothing makes sense out there. It's not a nice place.
Out to the Lumberton?
Yeah, I was out there yesterday.
Yeah, and I went out there a couple days before him. We talked about Lumber River State Park, and we both agree. That's what I've been showing you guys with the GoPro footage, showing you guys with the maps, the GoPro footage and everything. We're going back out there. Going back out there again. Shit don't make sense. You think that I showed you shit with this GoPro this last time? Wait. Just wait until I show you what we're going to be doing this time. That's coming up this weekend, early next week.
Yesterday.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that doesn't make
back route. I stopped at the gas station. It's just a really
don't make sense.
I was in tears. What she was seeing on the drive out there.
Yep.
She was seeing signs, a big yellow sign that said church on it. She would be seeing a quaint little graveyards, one right after the other.
Yeah.
It tore me up, actually. I just couldn't believe it. But when I got there and walked the scene area, nothing makes sense. I mean, it makes no sense.
The whole stop, you guys. This is why I brought up this map. No, Nan, I had to come back home, but I am going to be going back out there this weekend, and I'll be back at the protest. We'll be back at the protest again Sunday, and then I'm going to be going up to explore Lumber River State Park some more. Let me show you. It's the whole reason why I even made this map. When it comes to the routes, and let me see here. Right here. When it comes to these routes. It's why they don't make sense. This right here is the gas station. There's no reason to go this way. You go to my live from this weekend, exploring all spots of interest, where I did the I did this trip right here, you guys. This is the trip I took up to Lumber River State Park a couple days ago. This right here. The gas station, pawn shop, the house, condo. I did this exact route. 1 hour and 43 minutes. Why are you taking that route when this is 1 hour and 29? Straight up and down. This one, you're going over to the left, and when you're going here, that's why I did the drive for you guys so you could see. It's a complete... You're not pulling off to the side thinking there's going to be a gas station over here. Hell, look at how far it is off the road. It's up here, and the road's over here. You're not just pulling off the side of the road. The route makes absolutely no sense. The area makes absolutely no sense. Trust me, I went through a whole bunch of stuff earlier today. If you missed the show today, you'll definitely want to check it out, because I went through maps, GoPro, footage, pictures, explaining it all. None of it makes any sense. Back to Tom.
Sense of an unaliving there.
A lot of things that I've heard or seen that don't make sense. When you look at the fisherman's story, but even the fisherman's story, and then you look at just the facts, like just the things that they collected, the additional, what Micah's family had said. There's a lot of things about that scene, in my opinion, that just don't really add up. So I'm kind of with you. I don't really have I have a lot of questions as well. It's also my understanding, based on, I think, Micah's father, that where she was found is an area that was like a ranger only area, and you kind of had to know where you were going to get there.
It is written up like that. And don't trespass that area. But are you in the area?
No, so I used to several years ago. I had a place in Surfside that we would.
Oh, okay, you're not in our area then.
No, I'm in Nashville.
I would, I've been following you. You're pretty good at what you do, and you would really get a good sense of what's going on there if you were able to get out there. And I'm right on point with the Francis family.
Maybe it would be worth a trek down there.
I think wear some buggy stuff, because it's buggy and it's nasty. That's not a place that I would think Micah would want to be. She loved the ocean. She would, if she was going to do that, and hypothetically, she would go to the ocean.
That's what he said to us a couple days ago when we talked to him. Said the same exact thing. She's not going it. Trust me, watch the show earlier. The thing that I have highlighted, I went into the location footage, the interviews, the breakdown of the route, how the scene doesn't make sense with footage, everything. Oh, Nana, yeah, I'm going to be this trip. I was there for a week last time. I had to come back here for a couple business things. And then I'm going to be back there this weekend. And then I got to come back either Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday. I have to end up coming back for more business stuff. So it's going to be back and forth. I'm going to be making another trip again pretty soon after that also. So I am going to be spending a decent amount of time out in that area, bringing awareness, trying to find answers, and trying to do work for Micah Miller's loved ones as well. The support over there is tremendous. It's amazing. I appreciate everybody in the community, the protesters. Everybody has been so beautiful and kind. What's up, Sarah? And I can't thank everybody enough. Like, the community is so beautiful over there. It really means everything. So, and especially Tom. Shout out to Tom.
Yeah, the ocean's beautiful and peaceful.
It's really it's like a kind of a horror movie kind of feel out there, and a good place to throw something.
Interesting.
Yeah, if you got a chance and can take the time to go out, I would love for you to go out there because I think you need to experience it and see what it is. And it doesn't make any sense.
No, it don't.
Yeah, with the Nashville stuff, I went out and did all that kind of stuff as well. So
I think it'd be worth your while. I mean, you're pretty popular on here. I've heard your name everywhere. I mean, I think it would do justice for you to go out there and get the feeling for yourself. You probably won't come up with a determination like I couldn't, but all these theories and what the Francis family is saying is all logical.
Yeah, and I've been talking with Sierra, a fair bit too. So, and that's kind of the thing that a lot of people don't understand, that it's like I'm talking to Sierra, but I'm also talking to JP. It's about again, and you heard me say it. I'd love to give him a neutral platform. I would love to give him a neutral platform and let him come out and talk.
Yeah, I want to be clear. I don't wish any ill on JP.
I know.
I don't wish any ill on him. But he is, he needs to be responsible for what he has done. And that's all. That's the only stance I got with him. Okay.
Let me ask you a question that's completely odd, and you might not know the answer to this. Where the hell did he get a DeLorean?
That's a good question. I mean, it's not even a great car to own.
Well, I own one, so hey.
Well, I mean, I just know what they are. I mean, I grew up around a mechanic type style family, so I mean, I just know they're a big headache. I mean, they look nice and they could have been a great car, but they have a lot of little things that go wrong with them. And
once you get them sorted, they're much better.
So what do I think? Where did he get it?
Yeah.
Well, there's deep pockets in that church.
I mean,
he has good friends. I mean, the same way he got his General Lee car. Someone bought it for him.
Oh, that's cool. Okay. Well, maybe I could see the connection of him liking Back to the Future.
Absolutely, and the Spider-Man stuff. He's all into that stuff. Yeah, I know. I mean, people are trying to discredit me that I don't. I've been out of the picture for a little while, but I live in the area. I know what's going on. People talk to me.
Yoli, a DeLorean is a frickin' DeLorean. Who gives a shit if it's old? Oh, I would love to have a DeLorean. I'm jealous. There's two things I wanted. Two things I wanted as a kid. I wanted a DeLorean and I wanted a frickin' hoverboard, and I couldn't wait until 2015. I couldn't wait. I was like, oh my gosh, flying cars and flying skateboard. Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait for 2015. And then 2015 came and it was like, damn, we got a long way to fucking go. A long way to go. We only got the shoes that self-zip from Back to the Future. We ain't got no hoverboard. We ain't got no flying DeLorean yet. We just got the shoes that go zip.
Yeah.
But I've got firsthand experience. We were a very close family. I mean, did they go out and look at the picture yet? I mean, that looks like a nice, loving family right there, doesn't it? JP and his wife and everybody. And
well, yeah, it looks like a beautiful family.
It was, but the tragic story is a lot of families got destroyed because of his actions. And if he can't admit that when there's facts, Pastor Randall had to step in 2015 and he's backed him up, and then this is all happening again, and there's a person that lost their life. I mean, he's got to answer some of these questions here that, he can't be all perfect. Nobody's perfect. I mean, there's proven facts that he's done some of this stuff, and he's trying to deny it all. I mean, let's be real here. I mean, I don't even care what happened out in Lumberton. He needs the answer for all these other things that we have facts on.
Well, it was interesting to learn about the FBI investigation, because that shows, Well, listen, he's living a lot better than I am. And I quit my job and spent a year working in that place. And I feel like, maybe now's a good time. He might need to be compensating me for some of that work, because he basically null and void the promise. Okay. He null and void the promise. So my labor isn't free anymore. I was over there 24/7, day and night. And a lot of other people was too. I wasn't the only one. They gave their heart and soul to make that a beautiful place. And it's not. Oh, it seems like a beautiful church. The building itself.
Yeah, I mean, it looks great. It really does. I'll give them that. It looks nice and clean over there. But, you know, a lot of people, you know, before this was Solid Rock Ministries, that was an old chapel that they probably had great services in for people that served this country. And this building doesn't feel right to me anymore. The last time I was in there, I just felt like I need to get out of here. The last time I was there, Mike, I had a heart issue, almost died. I had an LAD widowmaker, almost lost life.
That's okay.
JP didn't reach out in any way. I had other churches that I didn't go to come out and help me out a little bit. But Micah called me personally and asked me to go down there for a service, and she wanted to praise and worship on me and speak the word of God into my life and bless me. You know, and I went and did that.
You can't say no to that.
What's that?
You can't say no to that.
Absolutely not. And people in here telling me that Micah would be ashamed of me. She loved me. We did all kinds of projects together. We have always had a great time when her and Jeremy are around. Just look at the photos. I mean, they don't lie. Pictures don't lie.
No, you're not wrong.
I mean, and what I'm stating on those little little sentences I'm throwing on there, that's exactly what happened. I mean, some people are getting confused with what the time dates are, but you know, it's all there. And once again, you know, I didn't even know they were separated. So that's how much I go around the church.
You weren't that close. You weren't that close at this point in time.
Well, because he kept her away. He was controlling her. I mean, he pulled her away from all the family people. She wasn't allowed to talk to us. She wasn't allowed to. I mean, she did start to hang out with her sisters and stuff. But I mean, as far as me or anybody else, you don't go around those people, because we all walk. The elders walk. I mean, he lost 98% of the congregation there when this happened in 2015.
That's actually that kind of reminds me of today. And I don't mean to switch gears, but since you were at for a minute at that protest, how was the congregation this past Sunday? Was it?
It was very minimal, and they were. I'm not gonna. They, other than Trisha Ross, kind of smirking the Justice for Micah signs and walking around like she owned the place, very arrogant, and just a little bit before that, she was, weeping on an interview about Micah, and I'm like, it wasn't the same person. I mean, it's like she's strutting around there like she's the top dog there, other than JP.
Well, I think she kind of is to a degree, isn't she?
Well, I mean, she wasn't back then, but her husband passed away and the church dissolved, and she stuck around, and I'm imagining she's getting a pretty good paycheck.
Yeah, probably. I mean, if she's a big asset to him and the church, then
yeah, she ain't flamboyant or nothing. You see how she looks and dresses and stuff. I mean, and
she's modest.
I actually liked her back in the day. I mean,
since they're bringing up. Because we never played it earlier, okay? And trust me, I got let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26 videos I have not uploaded yet. I wanted to show you guys right here. Remember, I was telling you guys, and this is kind of funny that they're bringing her up. I was telling you guys that so-and-so was filming us back, mocking me because I was filming the protest. So she wanted to come out and film us. Well, I'll show you guys that little video clip where Trisha was filming us back, and then we'll get back to this interview. I'm just like, oh yeah, I forgot to show you guys. There's so many videos I haven't even shown you guys yet. Let me see here. So this was from, let's see here, 5/1. So it would have been this one right here. This lady's filming us now.
Justice for Micah! Justice for Micah!
Lady's filming us.
Please post for us. Please. How much money did you get paid today? No. I'm sure it's frozen. Yeah, the FBI. FBI. You can't hide from the FBI. You can't hide from the FBI.
So she wanted to come out and film us back. This lady's like filming us now. Lady's filming us now.
Please post for us. Please. How much money did you get paid today? No. I'm sure it's frozen.
See?
Yeah, the
Yelling back. Like the talking shit back, pulling into the parking lot, showing up to service, making. I mean, it was just like, whoa, what the heck? Yeah. So I wanted to show you guys. I'm sorry, there's so many I haven't shown you guys yet. Since they brought her up, I figured it'd be a perfect time to show you guys that video. Now back to the conversation with Justin on TikTok. With Tom here.
I had marriage counseling, marriage classes with them at the church with her and her husband. And her husband was a fantastic guy. I mean, far as I know, I mean, a lot of stuff is hidden behind the doors too. You know, you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
It was kind of a smoke screen. Everybody's walking around with firearms, and they're having carry and conceal classes there, and you know. There were several run-ins with people that were going to the church, and there was, you know, I can't remember the guy's name, but we were told one Sunday, because I was a head usher there, we have a certain individual that's kind of a little bit off the wall, psychological stuff going on, and JP mentioned, and you know, people walking around with, you know, firearms, to not let this person get near the church, and they were, you know, walking down front, and you know, this was way back in 2013, 14. So yeah,
goes way back. Yeah,
I'm gonna speak the facts. I you know, I wish no ill on him, but he needs to, you know, answer to the, you know, the things that we do know. And
and at the same time, if your name is being thrown about there, you have every right to defend your name, and you should.
Exactly. Well, listen, you know, it's all about, you know, a daughter-in-law that's not here anymore, an ex-daughter-in-law, but she was family to me. She was very sweet, loving. She loved on everybody. She basically created that church. Her and Jeremy, with their talents in music and singing, drew the people went there to hear them sing. They didn't go there to listen to him talk. I didn't go there to listen to him talk. I enjoyed the music and watching Micah just ripping it up the stage, you know?
Yeah, well, and I'll say this real quick too, about, because you brought up Jeremy for a second. My heart absolutely breaks for him. I know he hasn't said anything, and I don't blame him. I probably wouldn't if I were him either. But like, you know, you just can tell with what you've seen, because unfortunately a lot of the stuff gets made public. And I know he's just beyond heartbroken.
Yeah, so we're clear about the Lumberton thing. I don't care about what happened out there. I mean, I love Micah and stuff, and something happened out there, but I'm talking about all the stuff we do know that he's done.
Yeah. I know that. I'm just telling you. I'm just saying that for you, like with Jeremy, my heart breaks for him. Not because of, you know, I'm not even referring to her death. I'm talking about for, you know, the affair and all that kind of stuff. I know that his heart had to be broken. That, you know, his really good friend and his wife. You know, it sucks. It's just a really.
I'm saddened he has a warped mind about how we know each other.
Yeah,
I really am. I mean, hearing you describe that the way you read it, there's something wrong there. You know, I want to make a comment about the appearance that I seen in one of his last videos. I mean, it looks like he might be on, you know, taking steroids, because he's getting a little thicker and thicker in the face.
Oh, that the recent one that he was on, like the other day?
No, it was it's actually a video I posted of Micah really ripping up the stage there at Solid Rock, and he's playing the piano, doing a kind of a rap music type thing to her singing there. I posted it on my page, but he you know, he definitely he does look a little thicker than, because he's a thin guy. He's always been a thin guy, and he looks a little thicker. So I mean,
what's up, Debbie?
Usually when that happens and he's hanging out with the, I wanted to mention that the guy.
According to the people, and this is as of this is as of the press conference. According to the leaders of the protest, there's about 30 individuals, and I think even Gina mentioned that today when she called earlier on the show earlier this morning. I believe they're saying 30 as of right now. We will be back there for the protest Sunday morning. I'll be live on location for that for you guys, and we'll be bringing you there. And again, I'm going to be getting you that footage as well beyond the live stream.
That was supposedly he's been accused of Micah was getting some drugs from or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, I actually did stop over there. I pulled in the parking lot last year. Son came to visit me, and I wanted to show my, show him the property, because I cared about some of the work I did there.
Yeah, of course.
And my name's in the concrete. My son, he's been asking me to go see it, so I brought him over there, and I ran into the individual that's accused of the supplying this whatever stuff it was to Micah. That anyways, he came out, all kind of buffed up. He's kind of a ripped up kind of guy, and asked me what I was doing. I said, "Hey, is JP around here? I just I want to just make sure I got permission to be here, because I don't know what he thought of me, at that point. I mean, we really didn't have any ill statements to each other, but I just wanted to get permission to stop in there and look at the sidewalk where my name's carved in the sidewalk over there. And if he is listening, he can grind that out of there. And if he would so kindly take my mother's plaque out of there, and maybe he could bring that home and dispose of it at his house, I would appreciate that.
That's for JP?
Yeah. I mean, I want my name removed out of the church, and I want my mother's plaque out of there. Anything that's mentioned about my mother.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if you can to him that I'd like to have that, if it isn't already gone.
Yeah, I can relay. If you want me to, I can relay it.
Yeah, I mean, I just it was a real thing to me back then. If you could watch the video of that, it meant something to me then. But I don't want to associate my mother's with that chapel anymore.
I understand.
And that,
Come on, you guys. Let's try and get Tom's plaque back. All right, let's get Tom's plaque back.
I appreciate having me on, though.
No, I appreciate you coming on and sharing, because, like I said, I wasn't going to name your name.
What's up,
in
Busby?
any of the videos or anything, because I hadn't talked.
I appreciate that, and that's very respectful.
Yeah, he had mentioned, but then you were on here. Like I said, I asked you because, I know that your name has started to get brought up, not by me but by others, which means it's only a matter of time. So I think it's good that you're hitting it head on.
Well, I'm not trying to blow smoke screens. I mean, I'm just gonna share what I know, and I have a lot of photos, a lot of videos, and I know what was going on because I was involved in that. I mean, we were like relative families. I mean, that's how close it. We went out to dinner together. We went to concerts together. We stayed in motels together. We worked hand in hand in the church. I mean, I've got photos. Do I need to post those?
I mean, I don't think you. I don't. Well, here's the thing about this.
Listen, JP loved me. He did.
Well, I'll say this. You don't technically, Tom. You don't owe anybody an explanation.
I don't.
Right?
I'm passionate about it because
I get it.
Hereabout's not here anymore, and I found out in not that great of a way. She was family, and people were hurt. And Jeremy, what a stand-up kid. His best friend. They just bought a house, starting their life out, and just strips it all away from them. But that kid he just took it like a man. He didn't get aggressive with anybody. He liquidated all his stuff. They shared it equally and went their own ways. And Allie, let's bring up Allie for a minute.
Okay.
Same type of person. Micah and Allie were like sisters, family. They loved each other, and they still do respect each other. And Allie has lived through this. So, you know, if we're throwing smoke screens, when you start hearing what Allie has to say, it all matches up. It's all the same stuff. We're not trying to blow smoke up anybody's butt. He has some things that's happened, and he needs to, you know, people need to pay the price and learn their lesson. You got to stop. I mean, it's just tearing families apart, and not just here in Myrtle Beach, over in other countries when they're, you know, it happened over there too. And nobody's trying to be vicious here, but you got to answer to, you know, what's happening here and have a little bit of responsibility.
One thing I got to say about the whole Allie Micah situation, because there was a voicemail. I don't know if I played it on my thing, which I know you were in there, and I heard that it was a little echoey, so I'll have to figure out another way to do that. But there's a voicemail that dropped that was attached to the affidavit or the emergency custody filing, and it was Michael leaving a message for Allie asking about a counselor. So to me, it really, I'll just say this because it just shows a lot of grace on Allie's part, given the history there, that she was so kind to Micah despite everything.
Yeah, well, you know, I broke down yesterday when I went out there, and I said I got to do something about it. It needs to stop.
Yeah,
you know,
that's a lot of grace, though. I don't know if I can be that strong.
Hey, he's got $5 million. You can come after me all day long. I ain't got nothing.
Yeah, fair enough.
I'm almost 60 years old. My life is, you know, expectancy could be tomorrow. I mean, I had a major heart attack in 2019. You know, if he wants to be aggressive at me for sharing the truth, so be it. But I'm doing it for another cause. I'm not trying to be vicious.
No, you don't sound vicious.
I'm trying to save some families.
I think it's interesting because every bit of this, whether it's you or it's him or it's Allie or it's anybody, you know, who's involved in this or, you know, with the church, it all provides a little bit more insight. And I think that's, you know, when you have a case as public as this one is, as viral as this one is, it's important to have as much information as you possibly can.
The bottom line is, Justin, JP had the world in his hands. He had the world in his hands to be a successful person. And by his own actions, he's tearing himself down. Because, you know, JP does have a lot of good qualities about him, but there's some bad seeds in there. You know, and I'm talking from my heart. He does have some really, really good qualities. He's a stand-up guy in many, many ways, and he's talented. But he has some issues that he hasn't resolved with God, that he's been preaching about, that he's working on, and it's not changing. I mean, we've already gave him the chances.
The church is giving him chances too, my understanding.
How many people have to get hurt? How many people? And I'm not even thinking physically, but money, financially, time. We put a lot of time in that place. And it hurt to see him turn it into some concert hall and tearing out all the woodwork we did in there to try to keep the aesthetics of the chapel. That really hurts. I mean, I'm going to post some pictures. I'm going to post some pictures of that place looking like a trash dump.
And what y'all do it?
We turned it into, and here's why it came out the way I'm talking about. It's because Allie wanted it to be a nice family kind of church and do, you know, not gospel, but, you know, religious songs and not secular songs, you know, AC/DC, Boston, and switching the words. We all know what the real words are. Even if you change them, he's singing it and you still know it. You're singing. You can sit there and sing the real words. You know, it doesn't make sense. But I mean, I'm not trying to bash it. It's kind of cool and neat. And but it's a little much, you know. But I appreciate you having me on here. I mean, if anybody's got questions they want to ask me, but I'm worn out. I'm, you know, I've been back and forth with the emotions today, and I just
it takes a lot out of you.
Yeah, I want to help, and I haven't. To be honest with you, I haven't even went to bed. I didn't go to bed last night. After I got back to that Lumberton State Park, I was just, whew. I mean, you really need to go there and take the same route. Don't go a different route. Take the exact same route And I'll tell you what, it's pretty quick to, you know, I find it pretty quick to get out to the gas station. But just Micah was a, you know, she was a, you know, she liked rough stuff, but I mean, it's a rough area. I mean, it just, you know, and then at the
muddy and
the pawn shop, everybody's looking. I mean, she looked like she's just a worn out, tired person in that pawn shop to me. I mean, she doesn't, you know, people were talking about black eyes and this and that. I mean, it looked like Micah, but it looked like Micah was, you know, kind of crying and just worn out, drawn out, because I'm sure she was dealing with a lot of stress, you know. But to think that
I'm positive if you're at
I don't think that, but even that though, I don't, you know, she loved what she did. You know, she cared about the people at that church, and I think she couldn't take it anymore, and she just had to get out and tell the truth. You know, she was a trustworthy, honest person, and I think I feel like she's turned into something that she ain't, and she just got tired of it, and she wanted out, and she was going to tell the truth. You know what's going on,
and she felt like she had no other way, perhaps.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I really don't know. None of us are going to know, but I don't care about that. I mean, I love her to pieces, and you know that happened out there. But there's all this other stuff that JP needs to answer for. I mean, it affected my marriage. That's why I got, you know, it affected my marriage as well. It affected a lot of people's marriages there.
Yeah, I've heard that a lot of relations. There was a right at the very beginning when all this started. I had somebody on, and her husband was part of, I guess, that closer inner circle.
Yeah,
she said that he had changed. I don't know if you heard any of this, but she said that he changed so much. Like the husband that the night all this went down, basically she left her husband because she didn't want anything to happen to her.
Yeah. Well, listen, I'm not sharing anything that's false. I mean, I'm really disappointed that JP's remembering that's how he knows me, because that's completely false. And I you know, anybody you want to talk to, they'll tell you I don't have no drug problem. I never had any. I don't even drink.
And you sound incredibly lucid to me. So
yeah,
like incredibly lucid. Like no, like you know.
You know, I just can't believe he's saying that. His memory is like completely off. I mean, he knows me. That's it. That's the only thing he said true.
Well, you know, something there.
And mentioning my wife. That's it. I mean, those are the only two things that came out of that statement that's factual. But anyways, I guess we're done.
Yeah, if you want to be.
Are you still on? I mean, I'll just be quiet and you can talk.
Well, if there's anything else, I didn't have much. Well, I was going to jump off probably when you were done. But if you want to come back on at any point in time, I followed you back so I can be in touch with you. But again, okay. I'm always happy to give the platform to those who need to amplify.
Yeah, and I haven't been really reading the chat. I mean, I'm sorry if
this chat's going so fast; it's impossible to read.
Well, I was being passionate, not even looking at it. I was trying to focus with you, and But I will. Can I see this later or no?
If you want to, I could download it and put it up on.
If you want, I mean, I feel bad that we didn't answer some of the chat here.
You know what? I will. I'll download it, and because the first part was me recording on YouTube, but after I get back from YouTube,
Tom, do my own live. I ain't ready for that. I'm brand new to TikTok.
Well,
I'm not doing that.
Yeah, I'll do that because I think it would be beneficial for people to hear you.
Yeah, I mean, I'll come on to yours, but I'm not doing it my own live. I don't even have a really. I'm having a hard time just doing the videos.
I get that too. If it's something that you're not used to, it can be very overwhelming and time consuming.
Well, I wanted to do a slideshow, and I guess I got to do a video of a slideshow of photos.
Yeah.
And I want to put this out there too. I'm posting pictures now only because I've seen all kinds of other pictures out there of Micah and my stepson Jeremy, so I am going to share a couple of those. People are asking me, do you think I should be doing that? And I'm like, well, I mean, they're already out there. Some other people had the same photos I got that were at that the events.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to be vicious with him. I'm just stating facts. And if you talk to him or share any text with him, tell him that I'm just, I'm trying to be factual. I'm not trying to tear anybody down prematurely. That's not, just because they're being vicious,
No. And by the way, for anybody that are asking, if you guys want to follow Tom, you just click on his name. Somebody was asking, and you
Yeah, if you could do that, and I gotta, you know, I got the hashtag no people, no church.
Well, I appreciate you. I appreciate you jumping on so quick and being willing to talk and share. I think that's awesome of you. And again, like I said, so if somebody's speaking about you, you have the right to have every bit of a right to defend yourself.
I appreciate that.
Hey, not a problem. Well, then you and I will be in touch, and yeah, thank you.
I mean, we're working for the same goal, I hope.
Yeah, I think we all are. You know, the ultimate goal is like I've kind of said. In regard to Micah, there's so much that can be brought awareness to, so many different aspects to this. And people want answers. People want the truth out there, and they want there to be repercussions for anything that needs to have repercussions.
And that's fair. I mean, a lot of the stuff that's being said, you know, is factual, and he's not even owning up to any of it. I mean, own up to some of it and at least make yourself look believable.
He hasn't really said much of anything at this point.
I mean, we already know all about the things that's happened. I mean, he can't even be factual with that. You know, I mean, let's ask him the questions. What happened in your first marriage? Will he tell us that he messed around on his wife and got with Micah at the church?
Well, I think that's never been a secret, but yeah.
Well, I know, but I mean, he doesn't talk about any of that.
No,
he doesn't talk about. I mean, the video of him laying on his lawn. I mean, will he agree? I mean, he's already kind of been asked some of those questions and not really answering them.
Yeah,
So I mean, if he's not involved, I keep cutting you off, and I'm bad at that.
You're fine. You're fine.
Just over talk me.
You're more important. Your comments are more important.
All right, so
first-hand knowledge.
And I lost what I was going to say. So that's why I do that. That's why I do that. I'm sorry.
That's called ADD. I have it too.
Well, it's just like I got to get it all out, because if I don't say it, I'm going to forget about it, and I'm bad at that. You know, I'll be having a great conversation, and all of a sudden I get all tongue-tied.
I'm not gonna. You were talking about him laying on the lawn. If that helps.
Oh, laying on the lawn. I mean, okay. So I mean, if he's asked some of those simple questions, just answer them truthfully and not beat around the bush. And then we, at least become more believable, and we'll take a little easier on him. But at least admit to the stuff you've done and the consequences. I mean, personally, my personal feelings is he shouldn't be pastoring at all. I mean, he's done enough damage to where, I mean, I just can't see that church surviving there like that with him pastoring there. I know maybe the church can exist, but we need a real pastor in there.
Yeah, I don't think that there's a way for that church to survive without massive rebranding. And
I agree with you.
And the only way he could be part of it is if he was so far removed from it. I got
a question for you before. Go ahead, finish. Go ahead.
Without him being so far removed that he's still part of the business part of it, but not necessarily a face or seen that much.
Can you tell me what's going on with why Pastor Randall is backing JP up, even though he knows that all this stuff went down prior to this? 2015. Why is he backing JP so hardly?
That I have no idea. I really don't, because I've not talked to or spoken to anybody who has that connection. But and I don't even necessarily want to guess. But I mean, I would imagine it boils down to money.
And he's probably invested in the properties and the Africa stuff.
Possibly.
Okay.
I mean, everything seems to revolve. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing seems to revolve around money.
Okay. Yeah, money.
Why is he so heavily invested in the church and doing all these things he's doing? And I'm going to bring it back to like from 2014 maybe to now. Why is he backing his best friend when he knows clearly that he's done this to these females?
Remember the conversation I was having with you guys this morning if you joined the show, and I said, those 30 people, what the hell are those chains made out of that are holding them to this church? These are the same questions Tom is asking here. The same questions. What are these freaking chains? Because when you got your wife and your daughter, orange pastel shirt guy, when you got your wife, if you guys want to know who I'm talking about, here's the dude. Let me pull it up because I'm going to share the link with you for that episode too if you want to see it. That was the press conference that we did, Justice for Micah protest. And this is the gentleman, and you can just scroll right through the thumbnail and see who I'm talking about. Let me pull up the photo here. This guy right here. Orange pastel shirt guy. This guy right here. I don't know. I gotta see. I gotta see if it's true. I don't know. But my wife and my daughter don't go here no more. That's why I asked Gina earlier on the phone, what kind of conversation would you be having Sunday evenings at the dinner table if your husband is still going to the church that your wife and your daughter refuse to go to? What is the frickin' chain made out of? Information? Money? Secrets? What's the chain made out of that's keeping your ass so fucking dedicated to them? Same questions Tom is asking here. Same thing.
That one I can't even venture.
Well, I mean, why I'm bringing it up because maybe you can ask that, and maybe they'll, at least ask the question because I ain't going to talk to them.
Well, I haven't spoken to them either, but I don't know. I don't know how far deep I want to get into that. Like
you're worried about.
Shit, I'll ask JP. I'll ask the people. I don't give a fuck. Why are these people's? Come on, it's just conversation. It's just conversation. Man, everybody acts like people are going to throw down and shit. It ain't about that. It's about talking. Communication. Being open-minded. Come on. Ask the I'll ask the damn question.
A little bit, right?
Well, I mean, who couldn't, with everything out there, who wouldn't be, right?
But these people are seen and known. I mean, what would it hurt to say, why is Mark Coffin backing you up so heavily when he knows that all these things that are being said about you and that are facts that you've done?
Right.
And same thing with Pastor Randall and Trisha Ross. I would really like to find out why they're so heavily backing him when they know that he's done this before.
The lady that was recording us back, that's why I showed you guys that video. The lady that was recording us back, guess who that was? You know who that was.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, JP, like I said, he has a lot of good qualities, but he's destroyed all of that. I don't think it can ever be recovered.
Yeah, well, a lot of, I always like to say,
he's done it once already and he survived it, and now it's happened again. So he survived the first realm of the liquidation of the church. Okay, but it's happened again. And how many more times is it going to happen? How many more families got to pay the price?
Well, one thing I always like to say is good people can do bad things and bad people can do good things. Nothing is ever black and white. It's always gray.
It's really a sad story. I mean, this really is boiling down to just a really sad story because he had the world in his hands.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see what everything with the FBI, when it all comes out. I think that would also, depending on how much they share with us,
right?
I think that would shed light on a lot of things as well.
Right. Well, like I said, he had the world in his hands, and he's his worst own enemy. He's torn himself down. I mean, all he had to do was just be a good boy.
Yeah.
I mean, because he is a lot younger than me. I mean, he's as old as my son. So all he had to do was be a good boy and stop what's happening. I mean, he had every chance to not do the things he's doing. And he's a pastor, supposed to be a stand-up guy. Even if you ain't good at it, just be a stand-up guy and do the right thing.
Well, it's easy to be a stand-up guy. If
And I'll
be.
admit, hey, my past. I mean, I ain't always been a perfect boy, but I mean, I learned my lessons.
Everyone has a past.
Yeah, you learn when you do something wrong, you make a mistake, you learn your lessons, and you say you're sorry, and you don't do it again, or you try not to get involved in that again, as best as you can. I mean, that church should have just put their arms around Micah, no matter what was going on there, and kept her close. And she asked for help, and they turned her away because JP was on the stage tearing her apart and not helping her.
Right.
And she was begging for help,
making fun of her.
I'm getting real passionate now because I mean, there was every person going to that church could open their arms to her, and Micah would have went to them. And
everything I've seen, she seems like a very sweet and loving person. It's
and I want to really in the mental illness stuff. I never ever seen any kind of sign, and I'm going to post some pictures of a happy Micah with no mental illness whatsoever, just a sweet girl praising Jesus, loving to get on that stage and screaming. I mean, she's screaming, but sound good, she made the church. I mean, I'll tell you right now, if JP didn't do what he did, even though it's a sin to get rid of your wife and go for something younger that almost looks like your wife, and get Micah in there,
certainly has a type.
That church would not have recovered without Micah.
Yeah.
Wow.
And she didn't get compensated for that. She's not here, and he is. I mean, financially, she didn't get even compensated. He started burying everything in the church and hiding assets under the church. Does that sound like a stand-up guy? Making her go work at a job when he's got $5 million in assets, and she's got to go work a 5 and dime job and can't pay her car payment and living in a park.
I think the court case that we're going to have in 2 days is going to say a lot too.
You're sitting there listening to me, and you're giving me the stage. And you're awesome. You are a stand-up guy yourself.
I appreciate that. I just, man, it's about truth, and it's about being,
Listen, let's just save some Let's just save some more. Let's just save some people from the headache. And this is. I mean, he had great ideas. This guy had the world in his hand. Great ideas. All you had to do was be a good boy.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, whether you like it or not, Tom, you've now been thrown into this. So,
I know that. But you know what? It was tearing me apart, not saying anything. So what do I do? What do? You do the right thing.
When your name, you think about World War II, kind of thing like that. Like, we're sitting there wanting to get involved in that war, and it takes till Japan, the Pearl Harbor bombing, for us to get involved. You're the same thing. You're wanting to say it, then your name gets brought in. Now I
don't want to be on here and be famous.
You get the perfect time to jump in. You're like, all right, well, here we go.
I don't want to be on this TikTok at all, really. I mean, I had this, I had the app. I mean, I started to do it. I was like, this thing's just a big headache. I mean, it's all kinds of drama. I didn't even want to do it. But then something told me I had to do it because it wasn't being aired out on Facebook. So other than one person, I only see one person bringing it over there. But I'm not trying to harm the guy. Just be honest and pay the price. And if that means you need to get into a different position in a line of work, then that's what you got to do. But
$5 million, he doesn't have to work again if he don't want to.
Yeah, I mean, if he gets to keep that money.
Yeah, I mean, if that much money,
I'm feeling like I want to be compensated, and he broke the lease with me on that promise.
Yeah,
I mean, because that's I'm sure everybody feels that way. He we made a promise, and he reneged on the deal.
Yeah,
the deal, the church is not being what it's supposed to be. You reneged on the deal. I think I need to be compensated for my 1 year's labor. And I calculate that a lot more than what I'm asking. But, $275,000 plus interest since 2012 at $45 to $60 an hour, because I think that I'm worth that all day long. What's that add up to?
Oh, I don't know.
I know, but so I'll just
off the top of my head, I can't do
out
that.
there and give it, but I don't care about that. But I mean, if I have to, I will ask for that.
Yeah. Well, you're gonna put it against the church.
I mean, he's a $5 millionaire and got an airplane, living better than I am. I mean, 275,000 is just dropping the bucket now.
Yeah, it is. I mean, that part of South Carolina, that much money will go very, very, very far.
Yeah, but money doesn't make you happy.
Yeah.
And if he thinks it does, he's very mistaken.
Yeah. Well,
I'd rather have nothing and just a little bit of food in my fridge and a roof over my head.
Yeah.
And I'm happy.
Yeah, I get the happiness. Yeah, happiness is important for sure. I'm about to have to go pick up my daughter, but I get her to her ballet lesson. But I so appreciate you coming on very much so, and I'll shoot you a message after all of this.
Yeah, we'll talk more personal, and we won't be so hyped up. I'll at least get some rest. I appreciate it. You do great at what you're great at. What you do. So.
Well, thanks, man. I appreciate that.
All right, talk to you later.
Have a good one.
All right, thanks everybody. I appreciate the support. I may need it. If there's any pro bono lawyers that send them my way because I may need one.
Yeah, everybody go hit the follow button on Tom.
All right, thanks a lot. Yeah, like, share the videos. I mean, spread the word of God. Justice for Micah. Hashtag no people, no church.
Awesome. I got you, man.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Have a good one.
Yep.
All right, bye. All right, guys, I'm only going for another second. Just real quick, couple housekeeping.
All right. And no, when you're typing it, make sure you type it like I have it typed right there. You want it to look exactly like this for you to enter. No spaces, exactly like this. That's all you want to type. Make sure you type it just like this. It's the only way that you can enter for the giveaway. So please, I see some people having spaces in between it. You can't have spaces to enter. And you know how YouTube works. It's glitchy as hell. So do me a favor and make sure you type it how it's shown in order to get one of these bracelets here. If you want to donate to the people that are leading the protest, Sierra Francis up there, you can donate to that also. Also, the GoFundMe down at the bottom, you can scan the QR codes if you're interested in sending any donations, and you can also get yourself a bracelet. I will be showing up to the protest again this Sunday. I did ask them if I could have an extra one to give away to somebody in the community, and they graciously allowed me to have an extra for us to give it away this evening. The next protest, I'm going to ask for a couple more if it's okay, if I can use those to also do it again. Because literally it's you just throw it in an envelope and put one stamp on it and you're good to go. And it can be lickety split for that. So I'm going to leave this up, this giveaway. Let me go ahead and share it with you guys real quick right here. That's exactly how you have to type it. I'm going to leave this up right now. It looks like only 8 people have entered. So you got to type it just like it shows on this screen. Make sure you do it. You can type it as many times as you want. We're going to be doing the giveaway at 11:15 Eastern, 11:15 p.m. Eastern. So that's coming up in about 24 minutes. So there's plenty of time. Make sure it's just one hashtag, no spaces, exactly how it's shown in order for you to make sure you enter. So let me see here. We're going to go to a couple videos. Let me put this back up there again. And let's get this shared. So there's that again. You can scan the QR codes for that. All right. All right. Now we're going to get to a couple videos here. Before we get to that part. Now, we were going to listen to the sister from Fitz News. We're going to get into that in the next episode. You know how it goes. Sometimes we just take a little longer on some of it, but we're always going to get to it on the next one. I'm going to get into a couple of these videos. These are videos from the gas station. Thank you, Angels. Appreciate it. Also, after that, we're going to check out some of Tom's videos on TikTok because he has some of his own. He wanted me to check them out, and I'm going to check them out with you guys here on the show. So here is the first video we're going to check out when it comes to the gas station here. Video has no sound. All right, let's slow down the playback speed. We're going to slow it down to 0.5, okay? Now give me 1 second. I'm going to pause it. We're going to rewind it. Let me change up my screen setting here. Let's get rid of me. Let's see here. Let's go. Let's switch to this. We'll switch to this. And I'm going to leave that justice for Micah up there. All right, now we're going to play this video. This is the first one, and then we're going to play another one after this. 0.5 for speed. Timestamp at the top. You can spam it. Go ahead. Spam justice for Micah anyway. That's why I made it the hashtag to spam for the bracelet. You'll see it in chat. You can type it as many times as you want because that's what it's about, everybody. It's about justice for Micah. Now the timestamp's kind of blocking that out. We're going to go to another video after this. All right, here's the next one. Same thing. We're going to play it at 0.5. All right, there's that one. 1 second here. All right, so let's go to this one. We're going to slow this down to 0.5 as well. Okay. Now here's this one.
Speaking of necessary endings, your life of sleeping is over. So when I get into this and I start to look at what the scriptures say, I came across this passage, and here it is. You might remember the song by the Birds, turn to everything. There's a season. So cool. So cool. Speaking of necessary endings, your life of sleeping is over. So when I get into this and I start to look at what the scriptures
Okay, I'm gonna let this one play at regular speed. I don't know. It's hard to tell. Mercedes? Does that look like a Mercedes? Mercedes up there? That's what I was thinking. All right, here's a different view of let's see here. Here's a different view of that gas station. We'll go ahead and slow this down to 0.5 on this one. And we'll have the giveaway in 12 minutes. Hashtag justice for Micah. All right, somebody said that they saw scratches on here. So I'm going to take a couple photos. I don't see scratches. Or bruises. Hold on, I'm trying to get the right time here. Oh, it didn't pause. Dang it. Excuse me. Maybe I have to just keep hovering. Dang. Oh, it goes away. Hold on. There. That's the clearest I can get it. So we'll take a photo there. We're gonna go through these photos here in a second too. Because I don't see scratches, but we'll see. I'm just getting different angles. All right. Because that's what we do. We explore. Go ahead and pause it right there. We'll get another one. Yeah, I know, Grace. What I said is somebody was saying that they saw scratches on her hand on these videos, and that's why I'm taking screenshots, because I'm saying there weren't no bruises or scratches on her hand before she got there. You know, we already got a picture of that. All right, and we'll take one more picture, and then we're going to explore these pictures. Because I don't see scratches and I don't see bruises, which means they were done after she got there. All right. So we're going to stop that video right now. Let's switch to the photos here. 1 second. All right, so let's go to the first picture. Do you guys see any scratches? Do you see any discoloration? Do you see any shadows from any kind of difference of skin? I don't see anything. I don't see any bruises. I don't see any scratches. Picture 1. Picture 2. Do you guys see any discoloration, any kind of scratches? I don't. All right. Picture number 3. Again, I don't see any kind, all angles of the hand, you guys. Again, I don't see. Number 4. Again, I don't see. Number 5. I don't see anything. I don't see anything. Let's go. We'll go through it one more time. Excuse me. And then we'll give away the bracelet here. So go ahead and hashtag justice for Micah. And we got 5 more minutes until we give away. Not seeing it. 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 All right, let's put this picture up here. While we sit here and get ready to do this giveaway here. Get that back up there. Hashtag justice for Micah. We got 3 more minutes. Let's throw this up here. There we go. Throw that up there while we wait the next 3 minutes. And then we'll check out a couple more of these videos. And then after that, we're going to call it an evening. If you're still going to be awake, watch the show we had this morning. Went into a lot of stuff. I am going to show you the GoPro stuff and the difference after we do this giveaway. I'm going to show you a little bit of the difference like I showed earlier, but check out the morning show. Especially when we were breaking down the 911 call. Shout out to True Crime Overtime with Rosie. Yeah, hashtag it as many times as you want. You know how YouTube is. You know how StreamYard is. So we got about a minute and a half here. When we get to the minute mark, I am going to switch it to the giveaway screen. And once I see it hit 10:15 Central, 11:15 Eastern, I'm going to hit the button and you guys are going to see. And I'm telling you right now, if I'm the first one, I'm already going to hit it again. Whoever does win the bracelet, you do need to be present in chat because I need to see you're still in chat in order for you to get the prize. I am going to be going back to the protest on Sunday, and then I'm going to be going to Lumber River State Park again to do more exploration. All right, it is 10:14 Central, 11:15 Eastern. Let's go to the giveaway tool. The protest will probably be 8:30 a.m. The protest started a little late last weekend, which is totally fine. But the protest, I believe, is around 8:30 a.m. I'll find out for sure for you guys from some of the protesters, and I'll let you guys know for sure. But I imagine each one starts around 8:30. All right, I hope you hit the hashtag because now it's time for me to hit the button. Who's going to win the hashtag Justice for Micah bracelet? Thank you so much to the organization of the group of people that made these and are giving these away. I appreciate you letting us give it to the community. Lisa Save the Bees. Please email me, evilcj@gmail.com. Let me know where to send it. We'll get it out in the mail coming up in the next couple days. Thank you very much, everybody. I appreciate you guys hanging out and being a part of the community. All right, we're going to go back to some of these other videos here. Here's another video. There's the car. This is at the same gas station. Thank you, Lisa. Now these pumps are so old they don't even have credit card. See how old the pumps are? Those pumps are old. They're like 90s pumps. Old as hell, y'all. That's why I'm saying, what is the reason she was out stopping here? What is the reason? What is the reason? What is the reason? And then drives away. All right, here's the next one. All right. And then here's the next one.
All right, guys, Kyler said we would give you updates. So here's the store, as you see at the gas pumps. There is no card inserts or anything of that nature. I've been inside and confirmed with the owner that they have changed their machine. So that would be the differences in the reason that the receipt looks different at this point. They were changed on last Wednesday. So I have been inside and spoke to the owner. He advised me that he will send me the original video by the end of the day today. And hopefully we can get that guy out to you guys as soon as possible. Thanks for your support, and we're out here working for you guys. Thank you.
Oh, that's loud. Kyler, not Tyler. There you go. All right. I'm going to show you guys a couple things here before we end the show. Let me get back to the map. All right. So a couple things here. Again, the difference in the routes. The difference in the routes. Why are you going to this area? Why? You see the difference in time? You see the difference in how many roads you could take in this area if you were trying to get away? What made you go? What made you go in this direction? Because if you're being followed, you're going to go with all of these routes that you could twist and turn, and even up here, you can get there in a few different ways. Over here, boy, if you're going to take this road, you got to go all the way down and come. No, if you're going to take this road, you got to go down. If you're going to take this road, you got to go up and around. You really only have a couple options. Why, again, why this area? What was in this area? If you were trying to get here because you're being followed, you're going here. There's all these different routes that you can take to still get to your destination, even up here. All these different routes you can take. All right. Now, when it comes to the scene, observation deck, spot a location. All right. GoPro, this is why. Again, this right here doesn't make sense. Heading to the observation deck. Where's the birds in the 911 call? Where's the birds in the 911 call? Observation deck. Where's the birds? Okay, so there's the location, and we're looking in the direction of this right here, okay? We're at the observation deck looking out. All right? That's what you see right here. Observation deck looking out. Thank you, Lisa. Appreciate that. Thank you for being part of the community. Now, when I'm showing you guys this, and this is why I point out the yellow lines, that's the paths of the trails. Okay? Yellow line, path of the trails. Yellow line, path of the trails. How in the hell you end up out here when this is what it looks like? Beautiful clarity. When that's what it looks like over there. It's not happening. When that's what it looks like over there. When that's what it looks like over there. When that's what it looks like over there. Now here's more when I leave the trail. Again, walking through all that. What? I don't think so. Why are there no birds in the 911 call? Why are there no birds in the 911 call? Right here, the 3 signs. The 3 signs is this circle right here. 3 signs. That's where we're at. Again.
Authorized personnel only.
Now that's the path Tom was talking about. Do you think she's going to go down that path? Speaking of that path, you guys, is over here. Right here. So still, you're up here. You're up here. And we're talking over here.
And it says employees only, authorized vehicles.
Okay, so that right there is the split.
Only authorized vehicles. Mill hole tray. Ew, that's water that looks like oil.
So nasty. See how dense the forest is? And that's why I'm going to show you guys again. Look at how dense the forest is. Look at how dense the forest is. It's not happening, y'all. It don't make no sense. It never has. It hasn't ever since the whole pawn shop. After the pawn shop, from that point on, nothing makes sense. I want to say thank you to everybody for hanging out tonight. Please hit the like if you haven't yet. If you're just checking out the show, you're not subbed up, please do. We're going to be going back out there here soon. We're going to be there for the protest Sunday morning, and we're going to be doing some more work the next couple days as we're out there again. I want to say thank you to everybody for your support. I appreciate you very much. I hope you all have a peaceful and positive evening. I'll be thinking about you. I'll be busy doing stuff, getting stuff prepped for the trip, so I probably won't be on too much, if at all, tomorrow. But we will be coming soon. I want to say thank you all for your continued support. Please check out the morning show if you haven't checked it out yet. We went into a lot of different things. Shout out to Rosie. Thank you for her help and her assistance and her breakdown and everything she did with the 911 call. Check it out. If you're still going to be up, if you're bored tomorrow, you want to listen to CJ, watch yesterday's show. Thank you all so much. Appreciate you. And we will see you soon.
283. Can you let a supervisor know that I have a case report with the arrest attached?